Okay, half of that was me being late because I'm a sleepy guy, and the other half was Brian, and then the third half was YouTube. The unholy triad. Good to see you, Garg and Bob and Joy Boy and Freaky and Kai and Cobalt and Ooh. I had a long nap after work and I'm ready to play video games.
I set an alarm every hour, 30 minutes, then 10 minutes before you told me to, and you're like, I'll be on soon.
I just kept delaying.
And then you're like, oh, because of Brian.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it is though. You didn't follow my instructions.
Why?
Just because I changed the plan doesn't mean that you're excused from instructions, Brian.
Jesus. Dear goodness.
How you like my master shake?
That's pretty good. You're brutal.
Just try it someday. Just talk like Master Shake to somebody that you know understands that you're not completely insane.
It's
liberating.
It hurts.
Jonathan Murphy! Hey! Good to see you, Jonathan Murphy. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the dollar. Dollar make you holla. Isn't that right, Brian?
Woo!
There he goes. He could do that. It's allowed.
I'm taking a 50-minute shower as Helmet delays the stream, saying he's finishing a pizza. It's a sleepy dog.
Yeah.
I am a 50-minute shower, dude. I incorporate the whole shave into it.
Look, I'm usually not that bad, but and today's a Tuesday. You notice I'm usually not here on Tuesdays? There's a reason for that.
We call them Try Hard Tuesdays here.
We call Try Hard Tuesday. What's the opposite of that? The lazy version?
Trying to take a nap Tuesday.
Yeah, trying to take a nap Tuesday.
I like the thing on the stream is I'm just getting blamed for all this. This is all me.
Bob says good long nap, 24-hour stream ending with Bent ending Brian for burning your house for insurance money, and Bent yelling, "What did that beautiful creature ever do to you?"
Brian and Bent.
Yeah, that's a good name.
You remember when people called you Halbert?
They still do. I think that's like a last name in like Wales or something. Like, my name's Randall Halbert. Of the New Jersey Halberts? One and the same.
What everyone do today? What events led you to be watching us this fine evening?
Well, it's Tube Tuesday, and you have to watch YouTube. Government mandated entertainment time. And I'm a CIA plant sent here to, like, you know, mess with people's brains. This was covered in the description of the video. I don't even see why you're questioning that. And once I'm able to, like, build a bunch of robots in here, I'm gonna build the biggest, stupidest fucking Korok killing.
Yeah, but then you're gonna, like, run it over this platform and just, like, straight into the hole and go, yay!
That's all I need. That's all I want to do. For me, that's a fun time. I'm gonna make some rock smashing devices. What's that?
Which build of Crash Twinsanity is this?
Gosh, the good one.
Man,
that Wrath of Cortex game sucked, but then I looked up PS2 footage and the game looks a lot better than what we showed.
No. Really? It's that much better?
There's, like, on the water level, there's this, like, you know, water filter that really smoothed out the look, like, you know, like it was probably designed to have, like, this filter over it that, you know, changes the whole color of the scene. Oh, it doesn't make the game good, but I'm like, I wasn't doing it any favors, is what I'm saying.
Oh, well, sure.
Or is the GameCube version just that fucked up?
No, the GameCube version is the worst, which I thought was funniest, but...
Okay, that may just be the case of the GameCube version being the worst, because I do remember some ports.
Textures are all blown up. Yeah, well, you always play cool shit. I'm sorry, you always play cool stuff. And then obviously, I don't know. I like have a sunny day without some rainy days, and I thought Wrath of Cortex. We could have just as easily played Crash 4, which would have taken 10 times as long, and we would have had to watch 1,000 cutscenes.
There's something to be said about, yeah, just like, hey, guess what? Today's awful.
Yeah, we're talking. Yeah, but we were laughing harder than I think we've ever laughed at anything yesterday when we were playing it.
Well, the problem is you play enough good stuff and it gets mundane, so you got to boot up something that's kind of shitty once in a while just to kind of like let out some frustration. Usually, because what I'll do is I'll play a game people like, you know what I mean, like Crash 2, and I'll just dump all over it. And then people will be like, oh man, I like that. But then, you boot up something like that and it's like, oh yeah, go wild. Nobody, like only the craziest person on the planet's going to be upset by that.
It's so weird because I remember that game too. Like, remember we looked at a video right after where it's like someone had the balls to say that Crash Wrath of Cortex was a perfect game.
And finally someone has the balls, the testicles.
Yeah, to formally admit that Wrath of Cortex is wonderful.
It's about fucking time. I'm tired of
Creative
this.
Doof says Crash Block gives people nightmares. It does.
I could tell that even if you improved the graphics and tightened up the controls and made it feel less floaty, it still would have been like... The levels weren't good. Yeah, the levels themselves had issues, so it could have only been so fun.
Well, now that I've played Crash 4, and I've had like, I don't know what, a year and a half to like separate myself from it, it definitely... You do put yourself in a place of what is the audience, right? Because that does feel like graphically, stylistically, kind of like, oh, more of the same. We do a little darker Crash Bandicoot, but none of it's really wacky or fun or goofy or cartoony. It's like you're in a realistic castle, but it's blue.
Like, it is a goofy game, but yeah, there's a limit to how much you like. That wasn't very goofy. That was more just infuriating.
It had that nightmarish Tim Burton-y music too, where it's like hop pop 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 pop.
Yeah, I really don't know what anybody was talking about saying, oh, but the soundtrack.
Yeah. Well, most versions probably don't have the music levels all messed up. The sound effects blasting over the edges.
Yeah, that has to be. If that's not an emulation issue, then the GameCube version really was an afterthought.
From my understanding, it was, but I think they get progressively worse.
Well, it's good that they have a progression going,
And you know what? I still think Twinsanity might be the best Crash game outside of the Naughty Dog. And
I can't trust that after what you did to me. I don't believe that.
I know. Well, I talked to Andy Gavin. I talked to the guy who was like the lead coder on Crash, Andy Gavin. You probably know the name.
Oh yeah.
This is back in the mid 2000s, old AG. And I asked him what his favorite. It was when they announced actually that they were going to remake him, and I wrote to him and like, "What do you think the best one you guys didn't make was?" And he went, "It has to be Twinsanity, except for the part where they made Cortex dress in drag." So if they just cut that out, it would have been tolerable.
Should have been the whole game.
Yeah.
Ooh,
back in the day, cartoons used to come over here, Crash.
If you beat the level,
you think they asked
Crash gets to have his way with Cortex?
Gee.
Well,
you're talented.
Yeah.
You don't got to work blue.
That's more surely more blue than what they actually put in the Crash games. I always thought it was funny though. Like, what if Elmer caught Bugs Bunny, right? But it wasn't like Bugs Bunny while hunting rabbits. It was Bugs Bunny when he's
it was Bugs Bunny actually dressed. Yeah. I finally caught you, you wascally wabbit.
Hello.
Oh whoa.
Hello.
I missed you, my little bunny. I miss you, little baby.
I know it's you, Bunny, but you're just gonna let this happen.
No, I'm a fun. It's me, Bugs. I know.
You thought I didn't know that.
God,
I've been
been
thinking
doing
about this for years.
I've been doing Hellbent's game reviewer voice at work all day, being like, and it's really fun when you have like coworkers who don't want to come to work. It's like, yeah, I thought that since I had school in the morning, I just wouldn't come to work today. That's been making me laugh so hard. Yeah, I thought I should abandon my post because I got a hookup last night with some.
You know what they say? A
Cinderella.
penny saved is a penny earned. So I went to go get some pennies outside of work.
I'm going to pick up pennies on the ground, and then I will use them to finance my animation empire.
I'm gonna make a cartoon starring my favorite cartoon characters that I do not own the rights to.
Me.
And then I'm gonna hang out with them, and they're gonna be like, "Whoa, dude, you're so cool." I'm gonna be like, "Too cool for school." And Sonic the Hedgehog is gonna kiss my ring.
Sonic the Hedgehog is going to be my best friend.
I'm
Hi,
gonna
Sonic.
be dubbed
How
the
are you
king of
doing?
video game town.
Even Sonic the Hedgehog thinks I'm cool. Sonic Forces said so. Nothing's truer than the man who's bluer.
In other words, than someone who cursed.
Why would you lie to a guy eye to eye? I've never been with a girl, but I imagine it looks like that.
Well, Brian, the future is tomorrow, but the day is forever.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I read that on a postcard.
We're describing this weirdo we know at work, and we were describing that perhaps he lived. The guy who sounds like that game reviewer, and we described that maybe he lives in a room with no windows, but he just has a poster of like just a guy in a scuba suit, and it just says scuba. Like, it doesn't describe what's actually going on in the picture. He's got like a picture of a cat that says cat. These pictures represent how I feel about our modern day and age.
One day I was walking down the street and some guy saw me playing Nintendo Switch and he said, "Hey, nerd, get the fuck out of my way." And I said, "I get the fuck in your way," and then he punched me in the face. I don't know, I told you that story. That's really embarrassing.
Well, he's telling a story about how, like, every time I go to a party, I have a friend who always gets naked and starts dancing around. And last time he got so drunk that we found him on the roof. And I was like, your friend sounds like a nightmare to be around. I would actually stop associating with someone like that. And he's like, ha, 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 you don't know my friend. My friend is a terrific guy at parties.
He likes to dance around naked, and I endorse this behavior. And, you know, frankly, I like it.
Yeah, well, you know, he watched a TV show where there's a dude with a lampshade on his head, and he's like, this is how parties actually go.
And then he meets this weirdo who helicopters his dick after 2 beers. He's like,
Yeah,
"Oh,
exactly.
we're having a college-style party."
We're having an actual party, like on the cover of The Simpsons Greatest Hits Volume 1 on DVD. Yeah,
Best day of my life.
No, it's once again, it's amazing how many people I've met who I don't meet their criteria of standards, but will hang out with people who are like, I'm going to go to a party and get completely naked.
And then who knows?
And then who knows what will happen. Yeah, if you're getting naked at a party, you're don't come to parties anymore. That's not actually
that better be a
charming.
really good party, is all I'm saying.
No, the party has to succeed despite you doing that, not because of you doing that.
Oh yeah. If you getting nude at a party is what saves the party.
This isn't a party.
It's more like a freak show, right?
If that's playing in the background,
Yeah.
this isn't an actual party. You've been tricked.
They're
This
hearing
is not
like
an actual
Kanye West,
party.
and I'm
You
hearing the
have been-
fucking circus music in MIDI form. Da, 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 da.
My favorite part about midis. My favorite part about midis is they have no sense of volume control.
They're very flat. Like they don't like go quiet then loud. Like all old school MIDIs are just like the exact same volume all the way through, and that is perfect.
Yeah, it's like just.
It's like, oh, is this loud?
That's like, I remember Sonic Roboblast 2 had a MIDI version and an MP3/OGG version if your computer could handle it. And I remember if you accidentally turned on MIDI version, it would just blow the shit out of your speakers.
As it should. It's the Doom engine, and stuff on the Doom engine in MIDI is great. I love it.
You know what? Yeah, now that I think about it, Doom has always been MIDI since computer times. Since computer times.
Most of the Doom soundtrack is just plagiarized metal songs, so you hear them, it's like, yeah, it kind of works. It kind of works.
It's diet metal.
Great Dude says, fun fact, the Jaguar and Cortex was planned to be playable in Nitro Kart before the devs pulled the idea. That was probably a smart one in today's climate, yeah. That would have flown really good in 2002, though.
Kart.
We'll play Nitro Kart. I mean, even if we're one of us just whooping the shit out of the other, it'll still be a good, like, 3 hours of mucking around.
Yeah, we may play, arguably we could play the original. I would love to play a PS1 game with you. Like I was looking at the original Crash.
Gosh, I don't know how to get a lot of those PS1 games running online without some ridiculous share play thing.
Oh, not online.
Maybe I can get that. Does RetroArch support
online
share play on Steam? So. No, there's like there's a Steam version of RetroArch. If that supports if that supports share play, then yeah, we could make that work. Maybe. Otherwise, you gotta do like Parsec or something like that, and Parsec is.
Well, yeah, and then you're opening your computer to whatever.
It ain't even that. It's like just all the work that goes into it just to find out, like, okay, we got it all set. Let's go. Oh, my internet's not good enough.
Wasn't it called Hitachi?
No, Hamachi was for
Hamachi, yeah.
Simulating a LAN service.
Yeah, that's what I remember doing.
Maybe this way with Hamachi.
Chelsea Adams says you get naked, but someone gets to use you as a ventriloquist dummy. That makes the music appropriate.
Yeah, I'd be impressed, especially if they got their hand all the way up there.
I did meet a guy who was bragging about like, just let them put their hands up there. This is a real dude, bro.
I love
real
it when
man
somebody's like, yeah, you can just do whatever you want to people. What do you mean you can't?
Shines upon the land.
Ooh, that's scary.
The aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
It's weird they put Darkseid film one of the cutscenes.
Oh. Yeah, question to the audience. Do you guys like when your special behind you area is even connected with by members of the opposite sex? I'm not a fan. I met a lot of people who are like,
I don't care. You do what you want in your spare time.
You don't. Well, in your spare time, yeah, I don't want to actually know the answer. But I've met a lot of people who are like, you won't know it.
Look, I don't want stuff up there, but like if that's what makes someone's happy, I don't know, like shit. Sometimes
I haven't met someone I like that much. I broke a nail.
Sometimes like I'll grab a basketball and I'll feel the texture and I'm like, oh, that's nice, right? So I was figuring for somebody else, like somebody else's version of that is like getting, you know, reamed very hard. Like, huh? I love the texture. I don't know. I
didn't say get reamed, but sure.
Well, I don't know.
But I met a lot of.
I know all the words for it.
I know. I met a lot of girls in my life that are like, "How do you know you don't like it until you try it?" And I'm like, "That is the most dangerous logic in history."
Yeah, let's do some crack.
Yeah, let's flip that around. How do you know you don't like it? Oh, come on.
How do you know the poison's poison if you haven't had the poison?
Yeah, Sleepy Dog says I don't want someone scuba diving in me. So that's fair. Let's go for a little bit of a scuba dive adventure, Helmet. Put the snorkel on. Oh, those designs are creepy as shit. I like those.
Yeah, Zelda does have good creepy monsters. I figure these things are mummies. I bet they hate fire. Hell yeah.
They
Look, I
seem
turned him into a skeleton man. Now that he's a skeleton man, I bet I can hurt him good. Oh, that's cool. Like, you gotta burn their flesh off.
Oh, but it comes back.
Wow, an actual horror thing.
Yeah, that was cool.
And they drop like a really good material object. That's fun. This game's neat. It's just got a lot, it's just dense, which is what I expect for $70, but still nice.
I don't know, man. Sonic Frontiers, though. Look, this has a lot to live up to.
It's true.
If this were Sonic,
sure, I
if
can
this
see
were Sonic
everything.
Frontiers, if this were Sonic Frontiers, it would be running on your $6 billion gaming PC, and there'd be 3 enemies on screen, and they'd be popping in and out.
And this would be one of the 3 possible enemy types that have been fighting these guys since like the first time I walked out of the temple.
Boy, I really
This is
don't
what
like
you
that
have to
game.
run around in circles about.
Life could be dream.
I feel like Sonic Frontiers was designed by Emery and Oglethorpe. I'll make it like the Breath of the Wild. They like that game.
They like the Breath of the Wild. They like to play that game. Yeah, man, I don't know. Emery, there are 3 enemy types, and we would put them through 5. There are more levels than enemy types, Emery.
Just recolor them, they won't know.
They won't know. Just
They're
change
not
the
gonna
color.
be able to tell.
The Sonic fans, they would put up with anything if IGN disagrees with it.
Just say that the bad reviews are by haters.
I know. Well, I remember the first build that came out of the game, there was a reviewer who called it unplayable. And here's the problem is that I agree with both sides of that.
I thought the first island was playable, but the problem was they're like, and now we're gonna just do the same thing over and over again. I'm like, oh, come on, man.
It's the first island over and over, and there's no like world specific traps or like, you know, it's not like and then you fight the giant rock monsters at Glyph Canyon. It's like, and then you just go up
Here, I'm gonna show you,
a
Brian.
rail.
Here's just, I know this
There's a
character.
spring.
There's a manatee with a fucking mohawk and a scar across his eye, which is cool as shit. I'm gonna talk to this person just shooting lightning everywhere, and I'm gonna show you.
What?
This cutscene's
What is
probably
going
more
on?
tasteful than the Sonic ones.
Link, am I a burden to you?
Am I a burden to you? I have feelings.
Tails had feelings.
I remember seeing on Twitter, it's like, the cartoon character's having a panic attack, just like in real life.
Yeah,
They
that's
should do
what I
that to,
want.
like, they should do that to Homer. Or, like, Peter Griffin.
There's a really, they do a really good episode where Homer has a panic attack. It's where he gets a spider pig as his emotional safety animal. Just to be an asshole. And then Spider Pig gets attacked by Burns' dogs, and he actually does have a panic attack. Lisa's like, you're having a panic attack, and he goes, they're real?
This
I really
changes
like
things.
that.
I
That's
didn't
really
Oh,
expect to
wow.
see you
People
here.
missed out on that one.
That was a good episode. No one watched it because it's a modern Simpsons episode.
Look at how the character designs in this match the level and the world that they live in.
Yeah, this looks like Egypt. I can tell from the Egypt stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
Big fancy
I want
headdresses.
the Kung Fu Panda looking NPCs like in Sonic.
I want to see just Sonic
You
in
think
like
that-
a GTA style engine with a bunch of real people in it, and just really miss the tone, like super. So have one team work on
Oh,
Sonic
6
and have
did
one
that,
team work on the
remember?
city, and neither of them are allowed to
Yeah.
communicate at all.
Oh man, Sonic 06 is like that, except they all feel like they come from the royalty-free asset zone.
The only thing that saves that game from feeling like too out of place is that they couldn't render NPCs in the town, so you just don't see them too much.
But whenever you see them, they're like waving around frantically.
Ooh. Hey, Matthias, good to see you. And Red Dragon Empress, and Ooh, and Chelsea, and Garg, and Doof. I think I said hi already, but howdy, howdy.
Oh man, you have so many friends. They're all my friends now too, until I'm
Sure.
gone.
They're your friends too, Brian.
This is when I announced that I'm gonna do my own stream. No, I'll never have you on. I don't even remotely have the equipment anymore.
Everybody I know who's done that did it like for 2
Yeah.
weeks and then gave up.
I don't like playing video games as much as you do. What's cool
Yeah,
about
I
this is I don't have to do anything. I just get to
Yeah.
be funny.
I
Get to
very,
chill.
very thoroughly enjoy video games, like on a very deep level that's probably a bit obsessive, what do they call it, a hyperfixation.
Yeah, OCD says I'm gonna start my own stream with blackjack and hookers.
I mean, I'd watch the
In
Brian
fact,
stream,
forget
so
the stream.
you'd have one viewer, but I wouldn't be able to watch live. I have to watch like after you live. What am I doing?
Ah, I love it. I just saw the fan art by Sugar.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
Oh, that makes me happy. Thank you so much. That's so cool. I'm saving
Sugar
that one.
did a crazy good job on that.
Whoa, I haven't had fan art in a long time. Yeah, that is crazy good. Oh, Jack Hellman.
Okay.
Sugar's not even on right now, is she?
I don't
Oh,
think so, but
I'll pass that on later. Oh, you know what? I can do it on Twitter. I have my thumbs to do it.
yeah, that's why I did. I replied to the tweet like a regular person would.
I thought she was watching. This is the only time she's not.
I mean, we've been on for 26 minutes. Give them some time. Usually, most folks don't pop in until about an hour. Hey, Daniel and Scotty.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. His appointment viewing.
I think what I like about video games is,
Yeah.
testing my mute button there. I had to redo it. If I press my regular mute button, my character just pogs eternally. Now I got a new mute button.
Yeah.
So when I don't talk, you see my voice going like. That means I'm clearing my throat or something. Anyways, tired. What are we talking about? Oh, whatever. Let's just play the video. Oh yeah, I love video games. I love video games.
Oh yeah. I love video games.
They're all very derivative of each other. So if you've mastered like one video game, the skills you learn translate into another one.
Yeah.
And I guess there's some things like that, like music, to where if you listen to a certain genre, your mind's kind of trained to that genre. But
Right.
games have a way of surprising you, I guess, is the best way to put it.
That's true.
Imagine if a song or a cartoon didn't always unfold the exact same way every time.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Detroit for that reason.
Oh yeah, we're gonna play that one. That game sucks, but it's not so bad for the person controlling it. It has two
I
good
think I'd rather
qualities for
not.
streaming.
Yeah. I think I'd rather just watch you play. I played it twice.
I played it once and I got a pretty good ending, but
I got the worst ending. I got the one where they're all like in the refugee camp and they're all like, they're like, we're gonna try swimming to Canada. Oh my god, they go to Canada at the end. Remember? They're gonna go to Canada. That's what your choice is like the land to the free Canada.
Trudeau has to take us.
It's just such an ending. Now I don't think that's every ending, but like, yeah, but like the robots will be safe in Canada. Until where politics were going that year.
Well, like the guy who made it is from France, so even then I think that was just them going like, where would they run to? Well, they're not running away to Mexico, I'll tell you that. It's like, what? Why not?
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
It's like, well, the quality of living in Canada is higher for the robots. It's like, what? Wouldn't it make more sense for the robots to go to Mexico where the dollar goes a little further, right?
Yeah.
Why would they go to a more expensive country?
More bourgeois country.
It's funny to me. A lot of the game has a lot of little elements like that to where you it's like you got educated by a message board or something.
I think we're all educated by a message board a little bit. Oh,
Well, you've at least
Those
talked to
games are
somebody
cool.
who is. This game gets a lot cooler than this, but right now I'm dealing with stuff that'll kick my ass. I probably should have done more dungeons.
I hate desert areas. Yeah.
The problem with desert areas in games for me is that everything's colored like yellow or brown, so they're always kind of ugly.
Yeah, it's all ugly and visually not exciting. Now we're going into a hole. And now we're below the desert, but in a darker area.
A little visual flare when you drop it in the water, all the droplets splashing all over you. That's good stuff.
Yeah, we're still in the desert.
True.
This is better. This is significantly better than the Sonic Frontiers desert. I'll say that. There's no underground pools in the Sonic Frontiers desert.
Look,
there's just more desert.
Cave. Treasures.
Ooh. Oh, you know what I stole from Detroit that I put in Chrisman?
Huh.
Is the trench coat just lying on the rock in the cave, remember? Remember when Marcus comes back in Detroit, like he remakes himself in different robot parts, and then he's back and he's pissed off, and then he gets up and starts walking away, and there's a trench coat just hanging on the like on a piece of metal in the dump, and he just takes it.
I didn't get that ending or whatever.
That's not even an ending. That's like his first scene. That's once he, you know, when he gets accused of the crime and he has to come back.
Oh yeah. Okay, now I remember.
That whole scene, I was laughing so hard that there was a trench coat in his size hanging on the piece of metal of the thing. Like,
yeah, it's like, oh, this is convenient clothes, nice. Even the Terminator had to go find clothes.
Yeah, exactly. And I just thought it was A, cool, but B, the most ridiculous thing.
The whole game's just like just an endless string of ridiculous circumstances.
That should be the name of it, like a rom-com, an endless string of ridiculous circumstances.
I like the part where you're the maid, and like you gotta like save the family or whatever, but
yeah. But like he's immediately going off on the kid. I do love that you can escalate the situation like 50 different ways.
You can make it so much worse. and that the game succeeds. Like, those games should be like that. You should be able to like go, oops, I just fucked up, and now nothing can be turned back. Oopsie doopsie.
There's some missions though that I find dumb where it's like you're in a neighborhood and you gotta figure out where to sleep. Is it can't go to the hotel? Is it the abandoned house, or do you want to sleep in the car? Like, those aren't fun missions in video games. I don't need to play that.
I don't know. I thought it was funny.
It was funny, but it wasn't.
Because there was obviously smart answers to that. It's like, oh, sleep in the fucking car. It's like, it's so stupid. It's good for the robot.
Why did the robot? Oh, his little girl was asleep.
Yeah, robot likes cold.
Robot likes cold. Robot running peak efficient.
Yeah. For robots, it's like a good time.
That's true.
I want to go back down. They even give you a chance to like, oh no, I didn't want to go there. Which is nice. This game has very thoughtful design, and after playing that Crash game, I really missed that, to where like, you can tell whoever designed the area thought about it a little bit.
Yeah, but you know what I do miss from Crash is I do miss like all the pegs being set up like, and then you go to the right now. I tend to appreciate that after a while.
Now a little bit of guidance ain't bad.
See, this
is all
as
optional,
fun as it is.
You don't have to be here.
Yeah. Well, then that makes the game weird to me because then I'm like, well, then I just won't do it.
Get bonuses.
You need Strangers and Freaks missions.
Strangers and Freaks missions?
Like from GTA 5, where like random characters walk up, they're like, hey, like, we're gonna go do some stuff. I guess you kind of have that. You do meet up with random characters.
Oh, I know what I gotta do here. I'm being silly. I get it. He's got friends. He just doesn't say anything. He's got like social phobias.
Link his social phobias.
We'll have to play that Aqua Teen game, but I'll need you for co-commentary on that because that one's great.
We're not playing the Aqua Teen game just
sand.
because
It doesn't
someone...
blow up. Fuck off. How does it?
We're not playing the Aqua Teen game just because people want it.
I'll play it again. I like golf games.
All right. I guess you have an unlimited amount of games to play if you can repeat stuff. That's pretty cool.
Most people don't remember that you played something after years, so you could just like, you know, do it again.
Yeah, you were
matter.
telling me. Yeah, you just do it again.
Man, I'm not sure how to get over
Did you play it
there.
alone? Did you play it alone last time?
Which one? Oh, yeah,
The
just the
Aqua
game
Teen.
alone? Oh, no, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played solo.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I don't
probably
know, there's
good
some trick to
environment
this.
have
I don't understand. So I'm just, you know what? I'm gonna leave the dungeon, and you know what? This game also lets you do that. If you don't want to do the optional thing, just don't do the optional thing. Just leave.
Yeah, I don't know how you. Oh, whoa! I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm starting to remember it a whole lot because it's one of the best
You can just-
abilities.
I wish I had that at like when you're in crowds at the mall, you know, and you're just like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
In traffic.
You shoot up right up into the bathroom, and your head pokes out, and somebody's like grunting out a huffer. You're like, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that would make getting into the bathroom very uncomfortable. I hate bathroom campers. You know, people who like before their day even starts, they go to the public stall and they just sit there and get their phone out. Got to spend at least 20 minutes.
Gosh, I can understand the need for that in some cases, where it's like, look, isn't life miserable enough? I'm just gonna pretend I need to poop for 30 minutes, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. The pretend
I guess.
pooper.
I think now that we're on the topic of gendered bathrooms, which is obviously where I was taking this, we all need stalls. I don't like this this trough bullshit. Even a urinal next to a stranger with like a small divider, it's like, how you doing? People my age do not talk while they're peeing next to each other. I don't know what changed, but I don't want to talk while peeing next to you.
Yeah. Well, the thing about dividers is in men's room, they destroy them.
The dividers?
Yeah, they just get like they get kicked down and fucked up. Even in the women's room, like they just destroy them.
Like little
monsters, like little
cubicles.
gremlins, like
Little
you know the gremlin on
cubicles.
the plane in that like Twilight Zone episode.
Twilight Zone.
Yeah, they're like that, but in the
With the-
bathroom,
with the face
they're taking out screws on the bathroom doors and all sorts of shit like that.
That's really cool.
This is a compulsion for people. It's like, I'm in the bathroom, no one can stop me.
I have
Here
to
I
destroy
go.
something. Yeah. This is the one place they have power.
Destroy the bathroom because I want to.
Kick the wall down because I got to. In the bathroom, gotta break it.
Taking doo-doos, gotta break shit. I vomit all over the floor. Please don't make fun of me. I don't know what she asked me to do something. I wasn't paying attention. I was too busy like thinking of stupid stuff.
Jump out of bed, kick a stranger in the head, knock over the stall because I want to.
Talk while I'm peeing because I like to. Hey, how's it
God,
going?
yeah, I really hate that.
Gotta
You ever have
pee
someone
today?
like try to
Me
talk to you
too.
and follow you into the bathroom? I don't like that.
If anybody follows me into the bathroom, I just leave. I don't even like, you know.
Yeah,
I'm trying
I
to
don't
stand
go
up
in the
for myself.
bathroom
I'm like, nah, I'm not doing whatever this is.
You go do whatever you're doing, and I'll come back in. I just looked at Oo's comment, and I got really confused because it said, "Yep, it's very confusing for the timelines," and I thought he was talking about peeing next to somebody.
Yeah, you know, I can't keep
That's
track
very
of my day.
confusing for the for the canon. Oh, those things are spooky, spooky.
Yeah, Zelda's always been good about including like an undead enemy that's not like blood all over the place, but still bone and like, you know, leathery dead
the design
flesh.
makes you kind of, yeah. There's something a little
It takes
in the
you
back.
off,
If you saw that in the woods, you'd freak out.
Oh fuck yeah! Well, it's more like a natural death thing instead of like, ooh, zombie guts from the virus.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the kind of stuff I find creepy. Like those things walking around. If I saw one of those in the woods, Sonic EXE ain't got shit on that, right? But I don't understand how Five Nights at Freddy's. Let me look up Crash.exe. It has to.
Oh, somebody
exist.
surely made one as a joke at least.
The official fan game on Game Jolt. All right, I'm gonna play this. Oh, hey, it is actually a 3D Crash fan game.
Oh, that's fun. At least it's 3D. Have I seen Krog? Oh yeah.
That's actually A+. A+ on making a... How do I play it? I'll just watch this guy play it.
Yeah, that's the way I'll do it. If something's like, there's something like that that I'm like, I want to play it, but you just look somebody up
The
to
Crash
play it.
model's really bad. It looks like I think it's the Wrath of Cortex model. It's like really weirdly posed. I'm kind of into it. Let's see. Oh, this isn't even slightly scary.
Okay, so I know where a world-eating boss is. I probably got to wipe out, but I don't know if I can ride the worm yet. I don't quite got the gear. Also, I got to rent a sand, whatever.
When you and I first met, I think we were talking about how much Five Nights at Freddy's didn't scare us.
Oh,
Sonic
yeah.
with red eyes still doesn't scare me either.
No, no.
It's just not scary. I'm sorry.
Sonic's too goofy of a. He's like half Disney, half anime, and it's like I've seen him die 100 times.
I'm
guess
looking
it's
at Crash.
if,
Dude,
like,
Crash is actually funnier. Yeah, because Crash at least kind of has a sense of identity. Like Sonic's kind of bland corporate nonsense, but like Crash, at least it's like, hey, we're goofy.
I feel like Crash Bandicoot is a character who might like, you know, kill someone in real life.
If you put your hand out to Crash, you have to keep your palm flat because he might like try to bite it. You don't know what Crash would do.
I bet Crash would like roll a bowling ball off like a shelf onto your head and think it's funny and just like end your life.
Yeah.
And he just run away. And he doesn't feel anything, like nothing, like not even a semblance of empathy or anything. It's like, oh, he's
Crash
gone now. That's neat. Well, anyways,
Crash would step into traffic and have no regard.
Yeah, Crash would. What's going on with these zombies? They got gills.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Give a dose. Light them on fire, you idiots. Oh, I was supposed to meet this character here. Good. I'm kind of glad it's not voice acted. Like, I get what's going on. I really don't even need them to talk.
Sleepy Dog says, Crash used Cortex as a snowboard. There's no limit to the horrors he could cause. That was a good game. I remember when that came out, Johnny Knoxville was doing the ads for it. He's doing some of the Crash.
Oh yeah, they're like, you know what? They like this. They like this guy in the
kids
suit
like
running
this
around. Let's
stuff.
just put Johnny Knoxville in there. That's a pretty good idea. Back before his dick got destroyed by a dirt bike, which is I don't need to see the pictures of that to know how that went.
I don't. Once again, now that I know I can look pictures up, I have a question.
I don't know if the pictures
right.
look upable. I wouldn't have tried, so I guess, if they are, have fun, Brian. It's a red letter day for Johnny Knoxville's penis.
He actually looks pretty good considering how much damage he's done to himself. Because I didn't even realize it was Johnny Knoxville in Men in Black 2. That was before Jackass, right?
No, it was not before Jackass, but that was about the time it was, getting somewhere.
Gotcha. The Daily Beast, Johnny Knoxville, How I Broke My Penis. There you go.
Man.
Fuck, I wish I looked that good. A stunt that broke Knoxville's penis. Oh!
Hey, Cody, good to see you. The bell's for when money comes in. That's the rules. I don't guard anything away from you guys, but the bell ring is only for money.
Whoa!
Yeah, did he get mangled?
I saw it happen to Johnny Knoxville. I didn't actually know what it was. It was a lot less crazy than I thought. He did a jump on a dirt bike, and the dirt bike went up and the handlebar landed on him, basically.
Ow!
That's pretty painful.
I like it when the most serious, dick-destroying injuries or whatever just look very innocuous, and then you look at the damage like, oh my god.
The Gibdos are susceptible to lightning.
Yeah.
This gives us a major advantage.
I remember watching my dad roll over on a quad, like trying to do the side of it, and then he and the whole thing just fell over together. And I remember I walked over, I was like 5, and I was like, "Here's your hat, Daddy." And now that I think about it, he must have been like, "Yeah, thanks. Thanks for all the help, pal."
I'll never
Maybe
feel the same again after flipping this machine.
Real bad.
There's some machine on me. I'm designed to be on top of this thing, not the other way around. This ain't cool.
Zelda, wait!
Hey, RTC, I've seen Quantum Leap. That show's funny.
There's some funny episodes of Quantum Leap that we can't watch on
Gibdos are hiding
YouTube.
in the storm.
Nope. I mean,
But they're all canon.
We need to get back
But
now.
you wouldn't want to.
My favorite one,
We're going on ahead.
and you know which one it is, and
I'll
I
meet
don't
you
know
in
how
town.
much I'm allowed to say. Can I say the condition that the guy has whose body he leaps into?
Just use one of the softer names for it. You know what I mean?
Okay. He gets into someone who... Oh boy, what would be the right term? He gets into the needs of someone who cannot speak full sentences with full articulation, and then he's talking as Scott Bakula to people, and they're like, "Well, my brother doesn't have the mental acuity to talk like this," and no one's talking to him like he's Scott Bakula. They're like, "Oh, my brother's having a weird day." And then he saves the day, and then I guess they just leave him, and my brother's back to normal. How confusing would it be to have Scott Bakula fix your life for 5 minutes, and everyone's like, "You're a hero," and you're like, "I don't even know what's going on."
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, what's going on?
I like Snoopy.
Yeah, I like Snoopy and ice cream. I like how you're saying all nice, and you're like, "What?"
Well, I mean, I'm just doing a Jim
big
Carrey
brother.
voice.
Oh, you're just doing a Jim Carrey voice, gotcha.
Somebody stop me.
He's lighting things on. Somebody stop me.
He's hugging the dog way too hard.
Ooses, that would be interesting. But yeah, that's a Scott Bakula. That's a Quantum Leap episode. He gets into a very special boy, fixes all the problems like he does every 20-minute interstitial episode, and then suddenly they're like, "You did such a good job when you were Scott Bakula," and he's like, "I just want to play with my G.I. Joes." I just want to play G.I. Joe's, Hellbent.
G.I. Joe's is pretty great. You can take Cobra Commander and just rip him in half, and you can fix him with a rubber band.
Is that true?
Yeah, they have little rubber bands connecting their like pelvis to their like sternum or whatever.
Is that Aaron from Game Grumps?
Who's Aaron?
I don't know.
Aww.
I'm synced up, right? I'm seeing that.
Is
dude
that
with
Obama?
The big old beard. Yeah.
Obama. What a funny made-up name. Just
Billy
like George
West.
W. Bush. I don't know why none of the presidents use their real names. It's ridiculous. Who would not use their real name?
If we get lost in the desert, ask Clark to take care of it.
Oh boy.
Oh.
I gotta like
Oh, they're
buy
doing
balls and do puzzles.
They're doing an Untold Radio Network about John Keel inventing the flying saucer. Can I talk about UFOs?
Yeah.
All right, audience, are you gonna be okay with me talking about UFOs?
This is Tears of the Kingdom. We have literally nothing but free time to talk. This game is like, this is a game you talk over. Hell yeah, I fought for the Gerudos, so now I'm allowed to steal their arrows. It's the way life was meant to be. It's a dog. He's getting his UFO book.
I left some lettuce in my fridge. And
Man, I'm gonna have to like get food in the middle of this one.
I know. I gotta stop ordering food, dude. I blew through a bunch of money. I blew through like savings money. I was like, this is great. Ordering food's fun.
Yeah, if you keep rewarding yourself for every bit of work that you do, you'll have no money left because the world's not designed to be like that.
This is promoting eating disorders, but I do sort of admire Fred. What's his name? Fred Knudsen. Who's the guy who does those like lol cow videos, but he does them all fancy.
I never heard of the guy.
You know who I'm talking about.
No, I actually don't.
He's the guy who does Down the Rabbit Hole. Remember Down the Rabbit Hole?
There you go. I remember that.
Yeah. So I watched some interview where he talked. Oh, that's a cute duck.
Dogs are great in this.
There's a video where he interviews someone. They talk about all the food they eat, and he's like, "I will not let myself eat until I get like 20 minutes of footage like put together. I just don't feel like I deserve to." And there is something about that that's so self-reliant, because in my brain I don't have that at all. I'm like, eat all you want, Brian, and it goes inside you, and that's why I fluctuate in weight greatly all the time. I don't have a healthy relationship. I don't think he does either, but you know what I mean about like, at least he can kind of find a metric to.
Well, after the virus, everybody kind of got like bored, and it's like, well, if I'm ordering food, I may as well order something fancy, and it's always like a, you know,
$100 steak, yeah.
Well, not $100 in steak, more like, you know, like I'm gonna go to Dairy Queen, I'm gonna get the country basket and a 24-ounce Blizzard drink. It's like, oh. Now you're looking at like 1,600 calories in one meal, and then you're like, that's for breakfast. And then, okay, do you do that once? That's fine. And you're probably gonna feel a little energetic the next day, maybe. It's okay, nothing wrong with that. But then you do it another day and another day and another day. And even if you ignore the expense, it's like, dude, you're eating food that's designed to be high calorie to get you through the day, but you're eating it 3 times a day because you want to stay full.
Yeah.
In your tum-tum. In your tummy, in your belly.
It goes really good in your tum-tum. I was 300 pounds at one point. I was like 290 when I weighed myself. I remember, God, I lost all the weight when you and I met. That was like, because I remember Vadim started gaining weight as I lost the weight, and he was, did you put a curse on me?
That's a fun motivator. Like when you see one of your friends bloating out, it's like, you know what? I'm gonna diet today, and then you can just like, just win.
It's hard to stick for long term, but I will never I had a friend that like he would get a milkshake from time to time, and he lost a bunch of weight too. And he told me the best thing, which is you can never go back to where you were unless you fail on every single rule you set yourself up on, right? So no matter what, I at least get out of the house and I don't eat a bag of Funyuns every day, right? So I'm never gonna be 300, no matter how much I mess this up. And I ain't the skinniest
if you
dude,
just
but-
don't do it, then you're fine. It's like, it's literally, and that's why people look down on folks who like have the eating problem, because it's like, look, all you have to do is nothing.
I know.
A lot of people wish they could do nothing forever.
My problem is I don't want to bed hungry, and that's how all great like celebrity diets have worked. Is you got to go to bed hungry. You can't have bread. You can't have.
The bread
what I
one's
mean?
a tough one because there's so like almost all affordable quick food is bread.
Yeah, dude, $2.99 for a bag of Funyuns, or it's like
Uh-oh.
$2.99 for like a week of bagels.
I hit the button.
Uh oh.
I
Hell
gotta
that!
get used to
No!
that. Yeah.
No!
I gotta delete these other little default guys that come with this. You know,
That
little-
ugly ass default
I
guy.
don't know, I like
Hey,
him, but
everybody.
yeah, but let's switch back to him. Why not? Everybody, I'm not color keyed for this correctly. I look all messed up, but my eyes could go all over the place. Woo woo woo.
I wrote to
You
the
wanna
guy
play a video game?
who
Ooh,
made,
this
who
guy
made
up
that
here's
app.
a fucking idiot. But I like that guy over there, and these people over there are nice. That guy up there's a big dummy. Mhm.
I wrote to that guy.
Well,
He
good.
hasn't gotten back to me. And I think there's two guys, and I may have written to the wrong one, but it was like, hey everybody, hi.
He sent
Please
an
release
email to
this on
someone's,
Apple
like,
OS
dead
because
grandpa.
Why would he put it on the company website?
It just didn't
I
get
don't want to
updated
be
after he
mean.
died.
I don't want to be mean, but basically it's like, I'm pretty sure that all you have to do is write the compile code into Mac, and all you have to do is hit the compile button in Unity, and I will test it out. And if
He's
there are
probably
further
right.
problems, I will give you money and you can fix them. That'd be awesome. Thank you. And he hasn't gotten back to me. My problem now is I got onto Apple stuff because I was so disillusioned with PC. And I think I can rock the shit out of Apple product. Like, I don't mean that I can wear them good, but I can use them in a very functional capacity. Better than I can use PC stuff, but like...
Apple has a good mobile to desktop ecosystem compared to Windows.
Well, considering everything you use now that I made is like drawn on an iPad and then somehow like moved over in some way or another. I have all sorts of methods, but
Yeah,
like-
well, you can move things quickly from tablet to Windows. It's just, more setup and boy.
yeah.
And also the Apple products run better on mobile anyways.
The drawing stuff is why I'm really into it now. It just drawing stuff always runs so shitty when you're emulating a cursor to a screen. You know what I mean? Because it's like your Wacom pen is emulating the mouse that's emulating the, So Apple stuff, it seems to just run like iOS runs really well when you're just drawing directly onto the screen. I don't know how many layers of code it's going into to get it to work, but I get 100 frames a second on it. And for some reason that just works better for me. But streaming stuff, like I remember Vadim bought a brand new iMac so he could stream Drunken Peasant stuff. And then, or no, what was he doing? That Gotcha Boys show?
God,
He
I
bought
don't
like
remember.
he bought a brand new iMac. It looked just like the one he had, because that's what upgrading Apple is. But and he was asking me how to do streaming stuff, and I think you and I were talking about it before, and we figured out the only way to do it was to get a gaming PC. That's the only way. Like OBS works fine on Mac. We're talking about setting up Tunes Talk, and I've been doing the research on how to do it either live or doing it as like a multi-track video. So when we stop and do bathroom breaks, I don't have to like time the pause and then go in editing and fix it, because that always sucks to do. Like, so we can screen cap the video on my end, and then it'll sync up with the videos of us talking. And no one's done it, so I don't know if you can even do it on a Mac. It just seems so much easier now to get a gaming rig. I may have to have a gaming rig and this computer lined up. This is terribly interesting, huh?
You know what? What I'm doing now is hard to describe or understand. So, you know what? May as well talk about Mac.
Yeah. So you're deploying soldiers? What are you doing?
I'm deploying soldiers and a cannon. But you'd think you'd put the cannon in the center, right? Instead, I got northeast and west. So I gotta somehow. There's probably context clues as to what would make this better. But I know that there's like a entryway here and entryway here, and I think this gate may be less of an entryway, so I guess this counts as east, northwest, right? So I guess I'm gonna put the cannon east.
There's a lot of weird stuff you can do in this game. If this were Sonic, you'd be collecting gears.
Put the spear troops on the north gate, since that's the big one. And it's narrow. Actually, the cannon might do better there. I don't know. But then again, like that cannon where it was placed earlier was like up high. So, you know. And Westgate with the swords.
Yeah, I don't know how you'd understand any military tactics in the Zelda universe.
I kind of get it. I think I just did it right, because people with spears with a narrow corridor, people with swords and a little bit open one, and then the cannon up on the roof. I somehow managed to pull that off. If that's correct, then I'm a tactical genius, and that's just how it is.
That's good.
I was able to look at the map, Brian. The map had like context clues as to where the entryways are. And this is east. Well, then nobody's gonna be able to do much from up there. Watch, they're gonna all die instantly. Free stuff for me.
Oh, so I'm gonna talk about UFOs now.
Oh yeah, UFOs. What's a UFO, first of all?
An unidentified flying object. Now they're called UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena. But UFOs have existed since like times of the sky ships. Sky ships were more often than not balloons, right? But people were reporting, they didn't know what the fuck they were, and they're like, are people from outer space coming down? I know who's the guy from UFO doesn't know. The guy from Blink-182, Tom DeLonge, he's always like, no one ever talks about the sky ships anymore, but they've always been here. Arguably the first sky ship reporting times out with the first balloon test, the first hot air balloon test. But like UFOs became super in vogue in 1947 when a pilot named Kenneth Arnold from Boise, Idaho was flying his he had a little two-seater plane, and he was looking over Mount Rainier, which is where I live in Washington. He's looking over to see if there's any wrecked I think it was what was it, B-25, something like that. Bert. Basically, there's like a $3,000 finder's fee if you find this wrecked plane. So he's stopping to look, and suddenly he sees this formation of 6 things. They don't look like circles. They're actually like a mouse cursor, like a chevron is what he described them as, like an arrow pointer when you play like Mario Kart to go faster. He saw 6 of those flying in perfect formation, and he radioed it in, and they said, no, those are like ducks. Chill out, dude. So he goes down to see them, and they immediately take off faster. Then they go up, down, up, and he realizes they're fucking with him. So he goes to take a picture of it. It ends up horribly destroyed and overexposed. Only for the fact that he's up in the cloud layer. Hellbent, where did you go?
I hit the button again. I had to clear my throat.
Haphazardous
Now
is
I'm
making
back.
good sense. No one will notice.
Better to just
Yeah,
do
so-
it than to be like, excuse me, Brian. In the middle of you speaking, it appears I ran into some sort of technical difficulty.
I've run
but
into
I
some
need you-
sort of technical issue, yes.
require you to shut your fucking hole about the UFOs.
Okay, I'll stop talking about it.
No,
But anyway,
you can talk about UFOs,
UFOs.
but they're not called that.
I know. Yeah, UAPs. No, I just love flying saucers and shit like that. So there was a magazine called Amazing Stories. You've heard of the TV show
You
Amazing
tell them
Stories,
about that.
obviously.
I'm gonna be right back. I
Yeah.
have an emergency.
Okay.
My pants.
Okay, well, I love you. Yep. You
I'll
can't
never
mute
say
it or it's
back.
gonna like close the program. You put the screen up. Uh-oh. He's not at the wheel. So UFOs, now that everyone's watching what's really important. Amazing Stories, they interviewed Ken Arnold, the guy who first saw these things, and they asked him what a newspaper columnist asked him, what do you think these things, like, how do they fly? And he goes, well, they flew like if you took a saucer and you skipped it on water, kind of up, down. And someone just wrote that they were, oh, man sees flying saucer. And that's how the legend turned into, from the shape of like one of those Lear jets, it changed into what we now know as the circular UFO, the flying saucer. So that summer, they called it the Summer of the Saucers. It went from one sighting to 20 to about 200 a day to like 5. That whole summer, it was like just suddenly everyone was reporting seeing these things. So you get into the question of like, are people making shit up? Are people having mass hysteria? Why did he see a UFO that is suddenly, it was chevron shaped, it was an arrow point. It looked like when you download those like XP cursor packs, he saw one of those and suddenly everyone's like, I know what you mean. I saw it and it was circular like a big hubcap too. So who knows? Maybe I always like the idea of in science fiction that you can what do you call it? You can conceive something to exist just by thinking about it. That's fascinating. Isn't there like an SCP that does that too?
I think so.
Well, Lambert, were they skipping discs first? Sort of. I don't think that was the exact name, but that's what they were saying they looked like. Hi,
It looks
Hellbent.
like a big coochie.
Yeah. There's tons of SCPs like that. Okay. Thank you, Chelsea.
Hi, Freddy Cougar. Freddy Cougar, my favorite SCP.
Hellbent's like, I'm not gonna buy any more food, and then he's like, ooh, delivery.
Nah, I got some crackers. Okay, now I'm set. And they're the quiet kind. I have about 4 ounces of chicken and a biscuit crackers. These things are crazy good.
Oh, those are the best.
They say you should put cheese spray on them, but that's way too much. Oh, Brian, I gotta trim you up here.
What's up, buddy?
There we go. These emergent technologies
Holy
allow
shit.
for amazing things.
Food to mouth ratio.
Oh, mom, I gotta eat food.
Man, if Hellbent was an SCP, what would his thing be? A creature of pure negativity? Mine would be guy who follows you around and talks about UFOs. And every time you turn around, he disappears, and then he turns back, and he's mid-conversation explaining something to you and getting mad about it.
I guess I'd be the person who, like, I'd be like a monster that can read your mind and just say the one thing that'll piss you off.
Yeah, the one thing that'll hurt you to your core. Sleepy Dog says you're the hair loss SCP.
Yeah.
Oh.
What I like about Hellbent is, unlike James Rolfe, he at least admits he doesn't have hair.
That's right. James Rolfe should shave his head too and be the bald video game nerd and just embrace it.
It's funny to me that like everyone's like, you got to do something about this, James. You can't just let it fall naturally. And then you're like, you're like, I'm just gonna make my cartoon do it.
Oh.
It's funny
why-
to me that you're like,
Why hide from
take it
that?
off the cartoon. Yeah.
In the cartoon world, I got a full head of hair.
I know. I just like that.
That's sad.
Who designed you, Vim? Who did the original, like with the big
There's a
floofy dude?
collaboration between Vim, Dolan, and myself, but I provided a lot of the details, and Vim did the initial drawing.
Okay.
The initial drawing was like the Hellbent character, but like just a regular dude. And I said, make him a devil. And Dolan said, I agree, make him a devil. And Vim went like this, and we just said, yes.
Perfect. And history was made, baby.
Oh.
Yeah. How do I start the Alien Civil War?
Yeah, when does that start? Man, look at you go. When I designed mine, Hellbent was like, just make my face, but put the horns from that one show on there.
Yeah.
From your face is going to hell.
Your pretty face is going down.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good look.
It's a good look. Actually, I don't know if we told the chat where the drawing of your head comes from. The drawing from your head is so funny to me because it was like, can I tell it genteelly? I'll try to say it nicely.
Genteelly. What the hell's
Okay. I don't know. That's just how I want to say it.
Brian, you're not Yiddish.
You're supposed to be on Drunken Peasants, and they're like, we want your face on there. We're gonna do some serious politics. And then you're like, Brian, can you make a face that looks like my face, but it's not? So I don't have to have my face on this.
I think one of my lamest fears is being on a show like that and seeing like some cop footage. You'd be like, I think the cops were right. And then next thing you know,
that's fair.
The first time watching the video, right? No real time to think about it. And the next thing you know, it's like, Hellbent thinks that the cops should be able to execute people at will. Like, I didn't say that.
I'm like, look.
Yeah, I know it's coming. Oh, wait.
I'm done.
I think it's gonna happen.
Let it happen.
Yeah,
it's gonna happen.
The alert. Haphazard dropping $20 off. Damn. I bought my chicken and the biscuit and my beverages for tonight. He says, I'm the SCP that enjoys sending a couple of bucks to a streamer I like. Also, aliens are real.
For sure.
Thank you, Haphazard. I really appreciate you. Like, thank you is hardly enough for 20 bucks. I would have been playing this game for free, but you guys have bought this game for me with a sum total of your tippage.
That also bought him like 3 new avatars.
Yeah. I got plans. These things are fun. Like, I really like that it just uses your voice because this technology's existed for like 20 years.
No one's been using it. Yeah,
no one's been implementing it. You see it in some of the VTuber rigs, and I'm not saying they're bad, right? It's just not for me. The ones where they're like vectory, floaty, they kind of look like liquidy.
we looked at the 3D ones, which we thought were they're not bad, but then we looked at the 2D ones that are super funky. They've got a weird uncanniness to them. And then Hellbent just showed me this program where he's like, look, it's a flat drawing. And I'm like, oh yeah, that is better.
It's so much easier because you just gotta draw.
Yeah. We've watched many people with more money than us throw thousands of dollars at like turn your head at any angle and you can look like this one cartoon character.
And it looks awful.
And we thought
to where You can just do it in 2D
Yeah.
with this stuff, and it translates. Now, I can't do a lot of funny stuff yet. I still got to get some facial expressions, yada, yada, yada. But I mean, I've been watching Adult Swim cartoons my entire life, and they don't have lip sync like this. Like Aqua Teen's lip sync is a little bit lower tech than this.
Space Ghost is a little. We talked about doing Toonstalking like Space Ghost for that reason. The other thing is the head in Toonstalking is not the head that you're doing right now. It's not that they're like grotesquely different, but like, do you remember the initial Toonstalking thing? I knew what I was gonna look like just because it was such a simple like. I had that design lying around from something else, and then I drew you, and it was just the same shape as me. It looked all horrible.
We'll have to.
It was like a cute, pudgy Hellbent. Yeah, Elmer.
We'll have to get the Joe avatar back for Half Hazardous and fix him up a little bit. But we should play Hit and Run and make Simpson avatars.
Oh, let's do that. But ultimately,
tips willing, of course. But
yeah.
The nice thing about this 2D is literally like, if you wanted to make a Simpsons avatar, you could, to where if it was one of those 3D ones, it'd be a huge issue.
Oh man, we got to go get people in.
We got to open up Blender. We got to rig it. It's gonna I gotta layer. I gotta make 48 layers of my 2D program that has everything hovering and bubbling around. Or you could just draw it like the Simpsons.
I'm also really good at layering crap. It's what's cool about these is these are like the same drawings and we've just been adding to them. I mean, we got almost a year's worth of, right? Like we did these drawings like a year ago and we're still getting mileage out of them. We don't have to change them yet. Keep adding to them.
Oh yeah.
That was fun. And then we did like an early Toonstalking test for the Big Little Toaster one where it was like me with the same shape, and then I just flipped the drawing and I put your head on it, and only the heads moved. If you watch the first one, only the heads moved. And that looked all shitty.
Ooh.
And then we took the drunken peasant's head, I put it next to my drawing, and we're like, oh! And I drew you that giant body with the robe on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then it was suddenly like this little cartoon dude that looks like an LS Mark type, like unaffected internet asshole. Like, I don't like modern cartoons.
Oh, tell me more
like
about LS Mark.
No, just not him. Just
your
that
mortal
design.
enemy.
Oh, I don't love LS Mark, but
that's fair.
I mean, YouTubers who do the Fairly Odd Parents head style, like what I have there, where it's like, I'm a cartoon, but I'm also horribly disappointed with, like, a Mr. Enter. Like, my point being, I hate that archetype, but I like that little character design. And then we just give you, like, a realistic, like, you paid someone, like, 3 times as much.
My character needs to look better than Brian's.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why in the first one,
I'm the host. I'm the big man.
I'm just sitting on a plastic lawn, like a lawn chair. You're sitting on like one of those really shitty. I have the chair from the drawing, by the way. That's the chair I own.
Yes, that hive is out of
That big blue gaming chair with the handles on the back.
I still like that.
Enemies from the hive near the west.
I know, but I thought it was cuter that we had a little matching. There's a company that'll make a Brian-sized recliner. That'll go next to the Hellbent-sized recliner.
I would do a chair sponsorship if they were good chairs and Brian could just like put them in the cartoon.
Just make like a 3D render of the chair. I'd be down for that.
Time for a lightning strike or two.
Oh man.
We're gonna sponsor it and the chair's gonna be like, it has this defect where like the piston breaks and it shoots the entire hydraulic like straight up your anus. Oh man. Somebody's gotta tell CB Dog Zone.
Yeah, it's got bolts that when you tighten it, the bolt goes straight up into the actual seat of the chair. So if you sit down wrong, you bruise your ass cheek.
But I love the product. Like, what happened?
Did they break through the gate?
Yeah, but the little mini fridge that comes free with it's pretty cool.
It's got a little mini fridge that like the compressor explodes on.
The mini fridge is powered by USB, so it barely functions. It takes less wattage than the Blu-ray drive. Oh man, dude, I've got a 10-year-old Blu-ray drive now, and it's still working. Isn't that nice?
I like little
That
mini
may be-
fridges. I don't know. It's not great for
Oh,
cooking,
I like mini fridges too.
but for drinks and like, you know, microwave burritos and cheap stuff, they're great.
Yeah.
I love them in the office. That's where you need it. You don't need it in the kitchen. You don't need it in the bedroom. Mini fridge would be too much. That's too much.
Oh, I've got one, but I live in one of those Japanese shared houses where we're all making manga here, and we all sleep in a 1 foot by 1 foot room.
Hell yeah, eat the bugs.
Yeah.
I'm so good at strategy. I did choose that perfectly. That was stupidly easy because I put them.
Oh?
Y'all are gonna eat edibles and hunt hidden packages in Vice City. That's a fun night. I love me some chicken and a biscuit.
Oh, I'm so mad you got chicken.
Chicken and a
biscuit.
biscuit is my favorite video game. It's got lots of different
Oh,
ways
man.
to play it. You can play it with spread cheese. You can play it dry.
Oh,
Or you can do what I do and put it in a bowl of milk and eat it like cereal.
keep putting spray cheese on the chicken and biscuit. Is it not a plentiful enough food for you that you could?
Man, I've had that before and it is really good though. A
I
friend of mine was like, hey, try this. And it was like the extra cheddar-y spray cheese. You know, the one that,
yeah.
oh yeah. The one that you know is bad for you. There's nothing
My mom
about that
put
that's
that shit on my-
nutritional.
I had a birthday party and my mom had all my friends over and my mom put the ultra cheddar spray cheese all over the pizza.
No, that's
We
too
just
much.
kept scraping it off. Yeah, she's like, "Don't you want some?" I'm like, "No, I'm good."
No, but just like a dab of that, on a chicken and a biscuit. Oh man.
I can't do. Whenever I think of that, I think about putting Oso's heartworm medicine in his mouth. I just don't like that kind of cheese. But that cheese is
And
always
people-
funny because
And
the
people
dog
did
will
have
come
to be
running.
medicated like that, Brian. That is what they would use sprayed cheese. If there's like human traps.
Spray cheese is such a funny idea to me.
It's great.
Who came
What
up with
I
that?
love
We're
about
gonna
spray
convince-
cheese is that
Cheese-
it's
yeah.
awful, but man, when you put on the right thing, it's like, damn, why is this so good? This is definitely bad. There's no way this is good for you at all. But damn.
It's one of those things that I see and I'm like, I'm done. I feel that way about Spam. I feel that way. I've heard that about canned chicken, but I'm not willing to not can chicken yet.
I can't bring myself to spend the money on spray cheese like things.
It's a financial constraint.
If it was like 50 cents for a can of spray cheese, I'd be like, well, damn, them's calories in that. But like at $2.80 or whatever, it's like $2.80.
Oh, come on.
$2.80 for spray cheese. It's like a
How much did you
ounce
spend on
can.
a fucking hamburger this week? Yeah,
yeah, but that's a hamburger. That's it's different,
I do love a good.
and it's $9 for your information.
That's.
And it was a good
the
hamburger,
hamburger?
a good
Oh,
one,
it's
yeah.
worth it. But
And not like a McDonald's one.
so, shut up. So
Not a sad,
whenever I
pathetic
ordered
little
food-
shrimpy meat
Oh,
doesn't even
whenever I
rot. The
ordered
flies
food-
don't even fucking want it. McDonald's burger.
whenever I, no, keep going. Whenever I
Dumb
order
shits.
food,
We eat
For dumb
garbage
shit,
like
big-
a dog.
big gay babies. Yeah,
Yeah.
big baby losers.
Yeah, big gay
The,
babies. That's right.
Oh, that's what when my nephew
Don't
and I
call
play
yourself
video
out
games.
so hard, Brian.
When my nephew and I played video games, it's always like, and if you can't beat this lava pit in Super Mario World, you're just a big gay baby. Oh, fuck, I'm a big gay baby.
Eh,
That's always
worse
fun.
things.
Oh, I love early 2000s, like just obviously stupid insults.
Yeah.
But yeah, I always buy like in bulk when I order out because it's already gonna be like a $10 delivery charge.
That's how they.
Oh,
that's how they make you. That's how they make you all fat and stuff. And you're like, oh well, I might as well buy 8 hamburgers. End up like Wimpy from fucking Popeyes. Like, oh, I only pay you Tuesday for Uber Eats today. Man, they really could modernize Popeye. I just gave him $1 million idea for that. Like Wimpy's a DoorDash addict. And Bluto's like an internet troll. Oh, Popeye, you're a fucking idiot. You look stupid. Oh, fuck your girlfriend. Show him pictures of Popeye's tiny dick. Bluto.
I got a text from the Smash Bros announcer, everybody. Isn't that cool? This is my value as a human.
And leave me alone. Only gonna say
No,
this
I
once.
forgot
Go
to-
away.
I'm only going to say this once, Brian. Never call me and my children again.
It's over 7,000 SCPs now. You know, I'll give SCP one thing. While majority of those things are awful, it at least gives you some room for them to be good and somewhat okay. Like, they're not all terrible. They're not universally bad.
No, I don't think they're all bad. What I like is that you can pick and choose.
Hey!
Oh,
Where do I put my bell? Keep moving it. Had to get the chicken and the biscuit going, right? That's done. How did I lose that?
I never hear you with your energy down when you get one of these. This is weird. He's loading. He's loading up.
Well, also, where the hell's my bell? What'd I do? Oh, there it is. Here is Negan with $5 says sorry to take for getting the dialogue for my GTA show. You'll be a news correspondent. Or do you want me to send to where you want me to send the lines? Also have a master shake with a tattoo. Oh, sorry to take forever getting the dialogue for my GTA show. You'll be a news correspondent. Where do you want me to send the 2 lines? Also have a master shake with a tattoo. Send them on Twitter. Twitter is where you can correspond with me, because that's all it's really good for anymore, you know?
That and judgment.
This is never good for judging people. It was always off. But, yeah,
Oh, I never said it was.
if you want to talk, that's the way to do it. Look at me. I'm surfing on a fucking creature. One of God's beasts.
The Lord made this.
And I dominated it.
As per his will.
Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Now,
Oh, yeah.
Hey!
or is that stupid boss thing that's gonna kill me? I'll fight him.
Hey!
It's like, I don't want to go that way.
This is hard.
You're gonna kill us.
Yeah, anyway, anyone who spends $6 billion on a rig,
Hey!
I
Hey,
don't know.
you're allowed to like stuff and spend money as you want, but I do like the efficient route.
Yeah, there's probably more. I'm looking at like different flash ways we could I could move your face around in 3D a little more if I really wanted to. What's cool about the one that you use now is that I came up with it on the day, but we just took the warp tool and like made it so that your head rocks upwards a little bit when you talk. And that adds so much expression to it that you wouldn't normally see. And that's why mine does it now too. Mine flops a little bit. You see my head go up and down.
Yeah, you say we, you did all the work, but the warp tool
Yeah,
is really good for facial expressions because you really don't need to do like have a million facial expressions. That's
I could have recolored your whole face like for every frame. Yeah, a lot of that. What's cool about the iPad is it's got Procreate as that warp tool. So if you need to tweak the eyebrows a little bit, if you look when you blink, I think your face turns down just a little bit and your eyebrow goes a little bit up.
oh yeah, I noticed it. I've
There's
left
little
this on
stuff
in the
like that.
background here and there.
Yeah, Helmet was so amused. He was getting into the microphone testing the phonemes. He's like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Brian, eat my ass. Brian, eat my ass.
Yeah, well, you gotta test it. Like, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, you stupid idiot. You dumb
Yeah, exactly.
asshole.
But yeah, it's super. I mean, I don't think I'm giving too much away, but if you look at like the O mouth, I just took the A mouth and I like tweaked the teeth to match. Ooh.
Well, I mean, that's how
And
our
then
mouths
mine-
work. They're rubbery, you know.
Yeah, it reminds me like if you look at the old Crash Bandicoot cutscenes, they would just warp the face to make the. I mean, that's how
In
you
fact,
did it.
I
You
think
moved
it helps
polygons.
more because you retain more similarity between the
The
face.
shapes.
Like, you know, it's
Yeah.
not perfect, but it. Well, I don't know. It seems pretty seamless to me. I wouldn't be able to tell if it was expertly drawn or just morphed because back in the old days they had pen and paper. They didn't really have the ability to morph it that easily. Where now
Yeah,
you
this
can.
look-
So why would you not, right? I remember back in the
Yeah.
old days, people were really down on tweens, and that's when you like take something and interpolate it for like. I have a square on the left side of the screen, and then I move it to the right side of the screen. It goes whoop, you know, slides over. People were way
Everyone we
against
knew
that,
hated
but-
that. Yeah, everyone we
it-
knew was so mean about it.
And then people figured out techniques to make it look really good and save a lot of time and money. And all of a sudden, it's okay. It was
Yep,
the same way
and now
about
we're mad at
Patreon,
AI.
too.
Yeah, Patreon's a weird one.
Patreon was
I
the
gotta
dumbest
say, art-
one. So many animators died on that hill. They're like, well, if you're doing cartoons, you should do it for the love of it, and you shouldn't make any money. And you should ask your fans for any money.
And that's what's killing animation as an industry is the it is like this weird Japanese honor thing too, because it's like, you know, they have those halfway houses for the manga artists.
Yeah,
It's
I was
like,
about
yeah,
to
no,
say,
all
like,
your money should go into
hear
Wacom
Brian out on
tablets.
this one when he says the weird Japanese thing.
Well,
They
just,
will- they
just
will-
that
they
it's
pay
a
them nothing.
cultural.
Yeah, it's like you.
But
you
it's a
should be
cultural
honored to
honor.
be. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like listen to Miyazaki. That
God.
guy.
I just
like,
talked to someone about the
that guy's such a-
Miyazaki thing, and he was so mad. He was telling me, he's like, I can't believe those 3D artists, that looked like shit. Miyazaki was right to get mad, and I was like, no, he wasn't.
If you agree with
That looked pretty
Miyazaki on
good.
that,
They tried hard.
you're fucking up your own ass. Well, okay, look, you're probably not a bad person, right? But
No, but
like,
don't
they brought
immediately
in
take
they
a
brought
side.
in those
'cause it's
guys to
different.
hammer them. The people who knew Miyazaki is like, these guys want to talk to you. No, it's like, oh, he's gonna fucking hate
Oh, they
this.
threw fresh meat to the shark too. That video is so staged as like, and we're just gonna bring these guys in to throw a little CG Miyazaki's way. How do you think 9,000-year-old traditionalist Miyazaki is gonna handle this?
Yeah. That,
We brought John Kay in and to see what he thought of DreamWorks' new CGI technique.
Yeah.
What do you think
You're like,
is
"It
gonna
looks like
happen?
shit.
Yeah,
It looks like
it looks
stinky
horrible.
doo-doo.
Yeah.
I could have
Those are
drowned
great
this
inter-
in my toilet this morning.
By the way, $500 for a commission.
Yeah.
God.
John
Kay's life
the guy
hasn't
doesn't
changed
have
very
talent,
much.
but you can be immensely talented and immensely stupid at the same time.
There's a lot of people that I've met that are they're really talented artists, but socially, you know, they let a lot slide because they want to focus on being the best.
Or they're just so used
And all
to,
those people right now
they're
are
just so
mad
used to
on
the
Twitter.
honor and the privilege of the art.
Yeah, dude, don't.
People
Look, I'm a
say
sellout
that,
just like
Brian,
any of
they'll
the
say
others. It
that,
doesn't
and then
matter.
they'll pirate the show.
And then they'll pirate the software too.
Yeah, and the software, all of it. It's like, oh, it's all about the art and the craft and the love. It's about the love. And then when it comes down
It's
to
about-
like, you
yeah.
know, paying money, like, oh, fuck that dude, I got BitTorrent. Look,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
broke. I love the art though, and you know, I'm sure you're honored to have the privilege to give me my yuck fun times. Aren't you lucky? And this works out for everybody. Oh, a sequel to get made? Well, it's the studio's fault. It's the only case
Yeah.
for piracy that I'll support. It's like, so you like this show, huh? Yeah, I love it. What do you? Well, I sell Etsy charms and I keep all the money. It's like, do you buy the show? No, I pirate
Yeah.
it. It's like,
Well, remember that?
What
Remember when the
the
Sonic movie came out on Blu-ray, and then people on Twitter are like, "Well, if you haven't seen it yet, here's a link to the Google Drive with the whole movie." And they were posting it there. You need to support the movie. Here's the thing. Dude, just
We'd like
put
to
the whole
support the
movie
movie.
for
Here's
free.
a free download, so you can watch it and
Yeah.
tweet about how cool it is.
Man,
If you want to play Legend of
That's
Zelda, no, I can't even say that. Nintendo will come after you.
I know. I don't. Yeah, don't say that. There's no way to get a free copy of these games because Nintendo, they actually crucify anyone who does that.
You'll actually pay for it in hell. They
yeah,
have a
they
direct
make you
line to
work it off
Satan.
in the acid mines. Yeah.
Oh, one guy's gonna have to. That one guy who's like they busted. He's gonna have to pay out. He's gonna do 10 years, I think, something like 10 years in the clink.
And pay the rest of his life.
And the rest of his life, yeah, he's gonna be paying money out to Nintendo, and he'll never pay off the full amount unless some like generous benefactor comes in and is like, dude, I love piracy. Fuck Nintendo. Here's your money.
God.
But why would
When
somebody
I
who
was
loves
young-
piracy pay for Nintendo to finish
Yeah.
the thing? He'd be better off just leaving the country.
Well, no, what happens? No, because it happened to me when I was younger. Is I've lit a bottle rocket, caught a tree, and then it started a fire, and they were like, if we think that you had malintent, it will cost this much money. I'm like, what happens if it isn't? And they're like, oh, then we just do it for free. And I asked him, what happened to that guy in Colorado who started the fire that like just took over the whole forest? And he has to pay like $3 million, like the rest of his life. And he's like, yeah, he's never gonna pay it off. They just do it to make an example out of you. It's like, wow, okay, that's how they do it, huh?
And fair enough. Some people are so
Makes
stupid you
sense.
gotta do that. But go to the telemarketers.
Do you remember that story about? And you may have to stop me. Do you remember there was a Beavis and Butthead where they were they were walking bowling balls up the street? Stop me before I can't say this.
I remember
There's a Beavis.
like I'll tell a story from when I was a kid, and if you match
Yeah,
it.
go ahead. Yeah.
So one time when I was a kid, there was a garage sale.
Uh-huh.
And the garage sale, someone was selling a bowling ball, and I bought it. And I
Yeah.
just hurled it down a huge street. Walked
No,
away.
you didn't.
Oh yeah, it was way down the hill too.
Whoa.
We used to
Oh.
fucking dive bomb our bikes down that hill. It was so fucking steep. And to
Oh
this day, I
man, the
don't know what
sledding hill
happened.
that'll like cause injuries. That's insane.
Well, I didn't see anybody down the street.
I'm not saying you threw it to a crowd
But
of people. I'm
if
just
somebody
saying I
came out
can't
to get
even
their coffee
fathom.
that morning and wasn't paying too much attention, yeah, I don't think they'd see that fucking bowling ball coming at all.
You picture, yeah. Just,
I get my coffee and then just have your fucking kneecap shattered by a fucking bowling ball.
no.
Oh, I'd go to hell for that. Good thing that didn't happen,
That's
probably.
horrible. That we know of. Well, if you're gonna tell that story, well, actually, no, this might be worse. There was a thing about Beavis and Butthead. There were two big Beavis and Butthead controversies, and one is where they found a bowling ball and they just walked up to an overpass, and they were just throwing them off.
Yeah, you know,
there was a
There was
teenager.
a kid doing that, dropping bricks on people one time, and a hunter got out of his car and shot the kid in the chest with a crossbow, and he didn't get any time for
Whoa.
that. The city's like, good job.
Wow.
But yeah, fair enough.
We had a
I
neighbor
think if
kid
you're
who,
dropping bricks off the fucking overpass and someone like comes by with the rifle and just shoots you in the head, that's about equal.
My grandpa was telling me in the neighborhood I grew up in, one of the neighbor kids, like, he would just do target practice outside his window. And one day the cops knocked on the door and they're like, do you have a shotgun or whatever it was? And they're like, no. And they're like, all right, cool. Well, you stay in the house for the next hour. And the dude was just playing target practice with the signs down the street, like from his window.
It's
man.
you know, sometimes I feel like we don't live enough, you know.
Yeah. Well, some people really live a lot in one day. I can't think of the benefit. I had a camper that we were scrapping, like for basically it was starting to rot, and my cousin and I smashed the windows in because we were basically selling it to
Super
a
Smash
meth head for like
Bros.
$50. Yeah, and then my grandma was like, I don't know how you could do something so horrible and stupid. And I'm like, we're getting rid of it. He didn't want the glass. We cleaned it up.
I do like
And
when
I just
somebody
remember the
has an
look of-
overtly emotional response to some garbage being destroyed.
Yeah.
How could you smash this? It's like it. How could I not?
Well, and you and I always look at those videos where people just get into fights for no reason, and it's like, don't you feel a little bit smarter when you see those and people, you see those things where some dude's just walking up to a homeless guy like, I'm gonna take a swing right now. I don't know why. I just have to. It's so crazy. People just inherently want to be violent sometimes for no reason.
They
just
yeah,
what's in
I
'em.
don't even know if it's entirely like I can understand the drug related ones to where the guy's like, I'm gonna smoke a whole bunch of crack and go on the subway. Of
Yeah,
course.
what's the worst that could happen?
What's the worst that could happen? Boy, I sure feel invincible. Yeah. That's gonna cause problems, but no, there's like regular everyday people who aren't feeling invincible. They're just like, nah, man. But I'm pretty badass though. And then they'll try to start a fight on a subway and get popped, and it's so fun.
Oh god, at the grocery store, I see people who think themselves badass, and if they catch a shoplifter, they're like, yeah, I'm gonna go tell the shoplifter off for their lack of moral acuity.
I'm gonna get on TikTok.
Yeah, exactly. Like, that's not what this is.
It's like, no, instead you got on the news because they shot you in the face.
Yeah, because they stabbed you. Yeah, exactly. Well,
Uh,
so the Beavis and Butthead thing.
I'm gonna say one thing: you never know
Yeah, yeah.
if somebody has nothing left to live for.
That's true. Well, I told you the story too about I was walking to work one day. There was a flipped over car, and there was just a big, lanky dude just with his shirt off, and he was perched on it like Batman. And the cops were all surrounding him, and he just got up and started running as fast as he could to the woods. And then there was a cop car pulling up from the woods, so he started running kind of towards me, and I like sidestep him. I'm like, I'm gonna be on the news today. Like he had nothing. Whatever was gonna happen next, right? And what he did is he got around me, and he dove for a Lime bike, and then he pulled out his phone and tried syncing it up.
Huh.
Like with seconds left. And I remember you were like, I think he just wanted to be in control the last moment of his freedom.
Probably, yeah.
Because he could have gotten away if he ran faster. He really could have. And it's also he probably didn't know the area, but like, man, go for the Lime bike. I guess what would you do if you were just still running though?
I don't know what I would do. I think I hope to never get in that situation. You know, that's the best way to avoid danger is just to not get involved.
Yeah,
Some people just cannot help themselves. Like, nope, gotta throw myself in harm's way here. I'm sure someone will save me.
I've definitely put myself in situations where I'm like, I could have avoided all this, but now it's like, well, what are you gonna do? So the Beavis and Butthead
You
thing.
lose some, you know what I'm saying?
Hey, you know, it all comes out poop in the end. The Beavis and Butthead kid who held up a bowling ball like over an overpass, and he dropped it onto the windshield of like a mother. Like it was something horrible like that.
Oh God!
It was one of the worst things that had ever happened. That's why I didn't want to say, because I obviously do not do that.
I'm gonna interject with something a little different, but you know, in the same vein.
Oh.
I almost don't mind you mentioning that because a guy was posting. I ain't gonna say the YouTuber's name because it doesn't matter. Big one. But they're like, can you believe these awful videos are being posted on Twitter? And like the thumbnail has like a picture of the video in it.
Of the video? Yeah.
And it's like, well
Now you're
respect the guy too,
conjuring
but I
it.
see the video. It's like, well, I know something really fucking awful happens to the thing in the video. And I've seen it. I've seen the picture now, thanks to you. So all you managed to do is propagate the fucked up thing. Yeah, you didn't protect anybody from anything. All you did was like go, look, awful shit's happening, and make sure to like, comment, subscribe.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's one of those things too. I just don't like saying it because it's a repeatable thing people can do, but it should be inherently obvious that you shouldn't be hurling heavy objects over an overpass. What about a building? No, not a building either.
But what if it's my building?
So there was like a Mothers Against Beavis and Butthead, one of those parental watch groups that was going to, when that happened, they were going to TV and saying, well, Beavis and Butthead did that like a year ago. And so obviously this kid was very troubled, and he watched Beavis and Butthead, and he copied what the TV told him to do. And so therefore Beavis and Butthead bad. And
There's a couple of those.
They interviewed the kid on live TV, and they were like, so why did you do it? Is it because you watched Beavis and Butthead? And he goes, Beavis and Butthead some pussy ass shit. I've never watched that before in my life. Fucking losers who watch that. And basically absolve Mike Judge of any blame.
Well, you know, when something like that happens, I can't blame some parents. It's like, little Timmy lit 1,000,000 cats on fire in front of City Hall. How do we fix this? I know.
Yeah, I know.
It was
There's no way.
SpongeBob who did it.
Yep, SpongeBob did. I knew a kid who
Literally.
cut a dog's tail off. And it's like, that I don't know where that kid is anymore, but he's not okay.
Oh no, anybody
maybe
that
he is.
abuses animals just instant like, yeah, you
Yeah.
can't trust that.
God. Well,
Maybe
and
you
as a
wouldn't
kid,
want
I was
to
an angry
anyways.
kid. I was an angry kid, and parents thought I was gonna be like a serial killer. I just never ended up like that. But, and I always wish I could go back to those people and be like, "Look, I'm normal. I'm doing okay. I'm not." But you know, when you're like a 5-year-old and you have fucking anger issues, everyone's like, "No, you're gonna be."
No, I
You're gonna
can
be
see
that
it
high school
coming.
kid
I'm-
everyone
I'm-
hates.
I'm propping up for the news.
Yep.
Now, whatever, they treat you nicer in high school when you're like that, though, because they're like, be nice to him, because one day the metal
Yeah.
detector might not work.
Yeah.
No, this is
Oh,
a
yeah,
good
that
Family
joke,
Guy
Jesus.
joke. We were watching an
Yeah.
episode, and it was Chris saying, like, today's kind of boring, but the metal detector didn't work, so the popular kids are super on edge, so that's kind of fun.
Oh yeah, the popular kids are being super nice today. Yeah.
I mean, super nice. That's funny.
Man, and the other one that happened that almost took Beavis and Butthead out, and it changed a lot of Viacom products for a long time, is
Fire.
if you recall the fire, yeah. So Beavis always said fire because we all knew that weird kid, and there was a kid who was with his infant sister. This is so horrible. This kid was 4 or 5. Had the infant sister. They were in a trailer park, and the mother blamed Beavis and Butthead for what happened, but Beavis accidentally lit a comedy club on fire, right?
Yeah, like, he was like, check this out, and he, like, lit a newspaper on fire as part of his comedy act.
Yeah, that's
Which
great.
is pretty funny.
Yeah.
He's like, look, and,
Yeah, the
and
most
some of the music
flammable
videos,
shit.
too, he's like, fire, fire, fire. Like, it was the theme with the character. Like, here's this, something Beavis does.
Funny
he
because in the
screams fire.
new show they do shit like that all the time. In the new version of it, they're constantly destroying shit, and we just watched one where they go to a community garden and they're like throwing cigarette butts everywhere. Like, we're gonna grow some cigarette trees. Like, so the mother, God, the kids started a fire because there were matches in the house, and then the neighbors called the cops. And I believe the infant suffocated. It was a horrible thing that happened, and it fucked that kid up the rest of his life. And what happened is, before the fire truck showed up, the mother had made it back home from the bar. She went out drinking, and it was child abandonment. She had left her fucking infant daughter in the crib and her 4-year-old son in the place. And I mean, just think about how horrible that is to do to a kid. Like, if you're 4, I don't think you have the capacity to know.
Little Billy, you just sit there.
Yeah,
and
I'm gonna go get some dick today.
Go do my things. Goodbye. Have fun. Yeah.
Yep. And ultimately, what ended up happening is, as Mike Judge put it, they found out there was no cable hookup at the RV park, so couldn't have done it. Couldn't have been watching Beavis and Butthead unless it was on tape. Shouldn't have left her son alone, obviously. The guy is an adult now, and he's kind of got a family and a life going, but there's no way that doesn't fuck you up the rest of your life, right? No matter what.
I can't imagine that you forget that you lit the house on fire and killed your sibling. No, I don't imagine you forget that.
I've lit a fire in my life that caused a tree to go up, and I still think about it at least every other day. Like, man, that stuff gets so out of hand. That's how superheroes are, by the way.
Meanwhile, if it's
And
volleyball,
the mom was fine. Yep. Ooh, the mom was fine. The mom got away with it. The guy and the mom, I think, have a really tumultuous relationship now. But there's this really nice guy. I'm gonna look up his name right now because I love this dude. Let me look it up real quick. because I talked to him and he was super nice. I am talking, of course, about Sean Beard. If you look him up, he's interviewed every cast member and every director and every writer of Beavis and Butthead, and has all these cool stories. He collected every single Beavis and Butthead thing ever made. He's that dude who they interview as all the merchandise.
Oh,
And he's
yeah.
a nice, big old bearded guy, still perpetually in the 90s. And he talked to that kid. I think there's footage of an interview even. I may be wrong. But he was telling the kid some stories about the show, and the kid was laughing, and he's like, I just can't watch it because obviously that became such a figure in my life. But yeah, the mom got away with it, and of course kind of ruined her relationship with her, well, both her kids, but her kid. And it's very unfortunate. But go watch Sean Beard stuff, because he's the nicest guy who ever lived. And I think he's been reviewing the new show, and he reviewed the movie, both of them, and he has like original storyboards and like screenplays from the show, and he interviewed both showrunners. So yeah, that kind of stuff I like, that people can be brought together a little bit over it after all these years, and at least make some good out of all the bad that was happening. But man, after that,
it's the classic problem. Like, well, whose fault is it that little Billy lit the cat on fire? Not mother or father, of course. Like, the
that's rough,
last
'cause-
thing that they do is like blame the parents at all.
Yep. Well, the parents get blamed. The parents don't blame themselves. If you can deflect it, then you're not. And that's where Blame Canada comes from on South Park, obviously, is anything that bad that happens that a kid does, you know.
Like,
The
how can
parent-
I make this someone else's fault?
Yeah, exactly. Huh.
Blame me. I'm a hard-working parent. I got a lot of day drinking to do and my problems and such.
Man, that Beavis. But that also happened in South Park. Not that there was a controversy, but that you remember the early episode with like me bad, but chomp, but chewy chomp. You remember the Stan clone that
Oh,
beats the shit out of
yeah.
his sister because she kept kicking his ass. She's hitting him, and then suddenly there's a puddle of water in the cut. And no one explains it. It's because she threw him onto the ground and lit a match and threw it on him, and then immediately poured water on him. And I know in the HD re-releases, yeah, chomp, chew chomp, chimp chomp, but chew chomp. I'm trying to remember what the
Hey,
news
chimp
reporters
chomp,
said.
chimp chomp, and chewy chomp.
Yeah, God, they're funny. How did they come up with that shit? I just need some sounds here.
No, just listen to any music act.
Oh, yeah,
Like-
that's true.
Like Aerosmith, like, skibidi-bidi. Like,
Yeah.
just listen to any musician. Just take their or like Stone Temple Pilots. Like, if you look into music and vocalization, you'll find
Yeah,
plenty of
main stuff.
inspiration for silly voices, because most vocalization is
Yvonne.
silly.
Yvonne Etniage. I like when Homer, the Yvonne
When I joined
Etniage
the Navy.
episode.
Yeah,
and
that
Homer.
that was funny.
Yeah, no.
But I also remember like playing with audio stuff back in like 2004 and playing stuff backwards.
Yeah.
And being like, eh. So when I hear like Yvonne Etniage, I'm like, yeah, I know. If you play that one record backwards, like, what is it?
Oh yeah,
Is
backmasking.
that weed song. You play it backwards. Like,
Ah.
I'm certain.
Oh, there's so many of those. The famous one with Queen was another one. Bites the dust. Sounds like
Yeah,
it's fun to smoke marijuana.
marijuana.
Yeah.
It's fun to smoke
Yeah.
marijuana. That was pretty good.
Yeah, you don't listen to something backwards. That's the problem with those. No one has ever gotten a fucking evil message backwards and then went like, oh, well, did you learn your ABCs backwards just in case? Your brain doesn't work backwards like that. Your brain can also tell when something's backwards because it sounds all
You
broken.
can sit there and decipher it Like
But you're gonna look for the
Navy, yeah, or Navy, and you know.
Well, and also they recorded it. They recorded it front ways when they did that, and that's why it doesn't sound all fucked up. Because someone played it backwards on YouTube. I remember it's like it has to sound all like you're suffocating. It's weird. It's not.
It's like that.
Yeah, like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're doing that
good. Yet? Yeah, it's like that because they sound like they're inhaling. Because when you talk, you exhale.
Yeah, it's backwards.
So you can't just say Yvonne Niage. It'd have to be Yvonne Niage. Now, who does that better than anyone?
My TV broken. I don't understand the Simpsons joke.
That's so confusing. I don't know what voice that was. I don't think I can do that.
The dipshits.
I am just perplexed by the Simpsons today. They were doing backwards words and everything.
It sounds so ridiculous.
You guys like abandoned mall videos? I like dead mall, abandoned mall videos.
Dude,
abandoned
every
houses. I know. But I like those. God, there's 2 malls out by where I live, and they're both ghost towns. And I work next to a mall that's like so. There's no way it's doing well, you know what I mean? But like it has so much money funneled into it because I think the Apple Store is their anchor store.
The state pays for a lot of those actually.
That would make sense.
A lot of those are government funded because they need places for businesses to come in to interject, like
oh, the end of the economy.
Yeah, if you don't have like a Sears in a town that's big enough, like your town's not gonna make enough money to like exist without that extra.
Okay, that makes sense.
Walmart's around where I live don't pay property tax.
Right, so you can have more of them, and they can pump money into the economy is a confusing thing because you have to waste money for it to work. You need a Walmart, right? You need a Walmart so that they can. So that the man can
and
make
you need
money.
people buying shit that they don't need, very consistently buying shit that they don't need.
Yeah, it's probably not smart to save your money, and if you want a world
not
where
for
the
the government,
economy's
anyways.
functional.
It's smart.
Yeah.
It's smart for everybody else to not save their money, but for you to save their money, you see, like you get everybody else to pay for it, right?
I remember my grandpa explaining like there was a point they were trying to get people to report like having your nephew mow your lawn on your taxes and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, I had this
happen.
conversation earlier with a friend, and it was like they would tax children if they could.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. That's the point.
They'd love to. If it, like when everything goes plastic, and like little Robbie and little Susie got like a little bank account, then Uncle Sam's gonna be like, well, you owe 20% of your allowance for I don't know, school lunches.
Yeah, they'll find a reason.
It's a program. They'll call it a program every time too.
Yeah.
You're gonna love this. It's a
If
program.
We're not having thoughts that no one else has had before. I mean, but
No, they've been thinking this stuff
obviously
since
there's
like
got to be a way to get some.
I think
off the
comic
top.
artists had it. No, fuck it. I'm saving up here. I don't want to have to do this again. This is complicated.
This is not fun to watch. I, as your audience member, am frustrated on your behalf.
No, I'm fine. I'm having fun.
I know you're having fun. We're having. I'm just watching you do that, and I'm like, I've been there.
I gotta use my brains. I gotta get these bricks up there. But like I only got limited battery. I probably am supposed to do this with 2 batteries. Yeah, I need to be near that lip so I can actually look over the edge.
I gotta get a new curtain for my window.
What I have to do, ask Oog, I need to get these bricks and these pieces of wood or whatever up here. And these bricks will hover, but they only hover as long as my battery lasts. So when my battery runs out, they drop. And if they drop, well, that's bad because getting them up here to begin with wasn't easy. Also, I think I need them to actually get up there too, which is another problem. Look at that big old dragon. There's just like cool giant stuff going on all the time in this game too, which I love. Like you can go up to that dragon, shoot up into the air and shoot a scale off of it and use it for like cool stuff. Now I should be like running over to go do that, right? But I don't know, it'll show back up every in-game week, like 7 days passes. Dragon shows up, they're rare. Yeah, you wanna like knock that horn off his head. You can make some cool stuff. Oh yeah, I can just jump all the way up here. I always forget that I got like the teleport myself to the tippity top ability. Which I should be using right now, but I'm not. Okay. That'll make this easier. I got one of them at least. Okay, I know how to do this. There's a way easier way to do this. Yeah, Jonathan Murphy, the hover and air thingy. No, I'm gonna put it up high, and then I'm gonna get over there and shoot up there, then grab it. There's so many puzzles that makes all the difference in. I never realized it the last second because I get fixated on one way of doing it. Yeah, that'll probably do. Send. There it is. It may not even be a good idea to do this shit for all I know. Like, oh, but you haven't lit the pyre yet. Can't do this puzzle. You'll just come back and it'll be undone. Oh, they're getting pretty good at memory optimization these days, though. It's surprising what games will remember that you did now. These are obviously on backwards, though. Does it matter? Hell if I know. But I wouldn't want it to be an actual problem and then later on be like, oh, put them on wrong. This game is going to separate a lot of like small brains from big brains. There's YouTube now, but back in the day we had this thing called Game Facts, and if you couldn't solve a puzzle like this, you were razzed. What do you mean you don't understand? My baby brother solved this, and he's only 4 months old.
Sorry, I'm back. What I'm hearing from Hellbent is that Orson Welles would get mad at you when you... A child could tell you how to...
A child could have completed this puzzle.
Orson Welles with the fucking twin. Big fat Orson Welles with the gaming headset on.
And he's got like his little Joy-Cons in both hands. He's holding them up like way too high. You know when somebody holds a controller up like up to their chest and it looks a little funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
A child could tell you how to solve these puzzles.
Oh
Are we
man,
to believe
we
that
need
this
to get on that.
character, Link, is this dim-witted, foolish as to not understand the
A
basic
mute.
operations of a fucking mirror?
A complete mute too. His family would be
Thank
ashamed.
goodness. I can't imagine the tripe we'd hear spilling out of this elven goon's gob.
The
What
pure
a
amount of nonsensical
What a
blithery
piece of
that come
shit.
from this buffoon. What a fucking loser.
Well, I stamped it, so there's that. I don't think solving that meant nothing. I'm exploring. That's part of the fun of these. Or you can do what most people do and just look up a guide, get the Master Sword immediately, and be like, hey guys, I beat the game. But hey, that's fair too. They used to sell strategy guides. Now you get them for free. And it sucks for them. The internet really fucked over the strategy guide dudes. Brady Games strategy guides. The game developers used to make money off them too. So
And now, yeah, people, they would collaborate on them.
yeah, like Brady Games would pay the developer like royalties, and the developer in turn would send them art, story, interviews, that kind of stuff, and they'd pad out their strategy guides a bit more to make it more interesting. And that's just done. They don't do that anymore, which kind of sucks. That like cut into revenue for the game developers, and it cut into revenue for like Brady Games, which generally did a good job. And I like those books. They came with posters.
Oh yeah, they did. I remember my Game Boy Advance SP came with Mario 3 or Super Mario Advance 4 for the modern
That's so
viewer.
fucking confusing.
I know, they numbered them all wrong. All wrong.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I want to get, oh boy, Super Mario Advance 3's out, and you get fucking Mario 2, and it's like, what? I don't want this. I hate this one.
God. I never had the Game Boy version of Mario 1. That must have been, which one was that? Mario Advance 2 maybe?
I think the first Mario Advance was Super Mario World, wasn't it?
Let me look it up.
Ooh, I don't think Brady Games is around anymore, no.
Super Mario
Boost my
Advance
battery life.
is Mario
Matthias,
2.
everybody knows. You go up into the sky areas, and I gotta gather 100 of those little funny triangles, and then that gives me another battery.
This is the most frustrating order I've ever seen anything. Ready?
Okay.
First one, Super Mario Advance. It's Super Mario 2. Super Mario World, Super Mario Advance 2. Yoshi's Island, Super Mario Advance 3. Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Bros. 3. That's the order.
Holy shit.
Yeah, they don't even have
At
the
least they
original on there. I know they
They
have
got
it.
the good ones in there, though. Yoshi's Island was real popular.
What system was that? Was that Super Nintendo?
Yeah, use the FX chip to do really. Honestly, use the FX chip to do the effects that the VTuber rigs do now. They're doing that off a little tiny Motorola.
Okay, so it was originally Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island. I thought Super Mario World is where the trilogy ended. I didn't. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that little model of the island. That's so cool. Wow. Look at it go. That's like the coolest thing I've ever seen, that little sprite island. That's awesome.
Yeah, and all that was running on a little tiny Game Boy off 2 AA's.
Wow. That's cool, man.
And good thing I floated to that. I also had to like build a raft, a sand raft. Remember Sonic Advance?
I like those.
Okay, no, but there was a Sonic the Hedgehog, like just actual Sonic 1. And it was all
Sonic
shitty and
Genesis. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was all
and the
shitty
engine
and
just
fucked
totally
up.
wrecked.
was
Remember that guy
funny.
who showed you that guy that talks like this, and he made like the 2-hour video where he left the mic off? He loves that game. He was like, it's just the same game. I don't understand. We're like, well, the engine's different. And he's like, no, it's not. How could it be? It looks exactly the same. How could it be any different? It's one of my favorite arguments he had. It looks exactly the same. Plays exactly the same. How could it play different? It looks the same. People don't know how hard
it is
game
weird
design is.
how much crap folks will tolerate, or it's like, No, it's my thing that I like. It really is, because I'm very desperate for new content, and I'll just anything that's my thing. Please, oh God.
I think people need to stop having opinions. That's what this is. Why do you need opinions
I think it's
on
funny.
shit?
Remember when that Morbius movie came out, and then like everybody fooled the executives into like putting it in the theaters again because they're like, it's Morbin time.
I never got into that. I don't know.
Oh no, I
about
didn't
that
get
world.
into that, but I observed it. And I'm like, it's Morbin time. Yeah. Ha, ha. And the studio's like, well, maybe we should. Sony's like, yeah, we should put it back in theaters because it's memeing on Twitter really good right now. And that probably cost them so much fucking money to do. So funny.
God, I heard Morbius was really good, but I heard it from someone who doesn't watch superhero movies, so I don't know why you watch.
I mean, you know, if you're really bored and one of those movies comes on, it can be pretty tough to have an objective opinion on it.
You know, Batman versus Superman's very competently made too, but it's still just a bunch of bullshit on my screen.
Okay, well, imagine this: like you're really hungry, right? And you get like a really greasy mid-grade pizza, but you're starving and it's warm. Your opinion on that's going to be so much more merciful than if you're like, oh boy, time for a treat for dinner. I'm going to order a pizza, and you know, a little early in the night, even not even too hungry. You get that same greasy pizza, you're going to be like, oh, what am I doing?
That's true. That's very true.
The desert part's kind of boring. I'll agree to that. I'm just trying to like discover locations.
Oh, whatever.
Well, that's something that I appreciate in games is exploration. Like, what are these things? Will-o-wisp or whatever? Oh, fuck, they're coming for me. Oh, no, they're Kesslicks or whatever. Electrified versions. Gotta watch out.
I forgot about Pizza Hut.
PCs.
Haphazardous. I haven't ordered a pizza in years.
Pizza's fucking great. I don't see how you wait years to order a pizza.
Well,
man.
no, because whenever I get food delivered, I always think I'd use Uber, but I guess they still deliver pizzas, right?
Yeah, and there's still like kick-ass coupons you can use.
Oh, that's cool.
That's what keeps me ordering them anyways. Like, anytime you hear me order a pizza, I got like a 25% off coupon or something like that. I'm like, yeah, and that ends up going to the tip, of course, but I mean, still.
I always get the $3 pizzas from like the freezer. and $3 for a whole meal? Okay. That's 2 meals if you cut it in half.
Can't get pizza with peps, bacon, and jalapeno and onions and spinach. It's a good combo. They didn't charge so much extra for toppings. I get the spinach added, but it's like you either get 1 or 3 toppings. And anything more or less.
Yeah.
Just get wiped out on. Okay, can't I get up there without like a rafter or something? I see. I'm just gonna go around. And then I'll go to another place. Probably a little bit more exciting. Hey, look, another shrine I didn't do. So you want to hunt down those shrines. You do 4 shrines, you get up. And you can power up your character, make them stronger. Oh, look at this. Look at this. This is definitely a thing. What's at the tip of the mountain?
What's at the tip of the mountain? We must explore.
I really wish I had a button that just glitched out my voice like it is buffering. That would be very fun to hit. Like, I could do it with the synthesizer, but it doesn't sound like it does when it's streaming video that's all funky. Not the same.
God, I was watching those again, and I'm still amazed how good they made the glitches look.
Probably just use Real Media Player. Real Media Player's just like that pretty much no matter what you do anyways.
You know, I remember the Real Media Player building being in Seattle. That must be gone. That must be.
Can't imagine why someone would still use it unless it's like a unless it got incorporated into Zoom or something.
It's still there. Even the website looks horrible. I'm gonna
Oh,
text
one
you a
man's trash is another
screenshot.
man's treasure. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna text you a screenshot of the Real Player website. And this might be a different. This might be a joke or something. Nope, that's it. That's the website. That's. That's the actual. That's the website where you get the thing right there.
They're still offering support. Neat. Yeah.
The video downloaders and stuff.
Real Media Player version 22. Dark
Wait,
mode.
Real Player downloads YouTube videos.
That's amazing
Oh,
to me
that's
that Real
cool.
Media Player is still going. It must be like really cheap to license for like some kind of like thing.
Yeah, well, I didn't know it downloads YouTube videos, but that's like the last thing that does. There's
Oh, it
always
does?
some
Well,
stupid
shit.
catch.
Then that sounds like I might want it now.
It's $40 for it's $40 for a lifetime worth of updates to download videos.
If it just rips shit off the internet though, that sounds like somebody's like, hey, I know how to save this company.
No, they might have saved the company because let me see, App Store. Let me see. Yeah, they might have just gotten a sale.
No.
Oh, they took it off.
no.
It's not on the Mac App Store anymore. Good.
Gotta go all the way the fuck around now. Because I wasted my time foolishly. But I did mark a couple of shrines. That's okay.
Chelsea, you gotta let the dog cry himself to sleep. Gotta. When we first got Oso, I remember every night you'd hear him go, ooh, 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 and he'd just get bored. And then
Yeah,
he'd get
he's
quiet and then
playing
go,
with your emotions.
I know. It was always funny because he'd start going, woo, woo, woo. Oh, he started being like, shut up, monkey. You're a silly monkey. He's a little monkey puppy.
Fleur says you want a fun combination, peanut butter and jelly, but you tell me. I know I can like make a cart and rocket my way up here, but I mean, there's a path. I may as well save the resources. Things got feet.
I just tried those peanut butter and jelly cookie sandwiches that Kroger makes, and they might be the worst shit I've ever had. 'Cause it's like,
Yeah, the thing about peanut butter and jelly is you really need a fucking fresh jar of peanut butter. I can't overstate that. Like, made to preserve in a
Yeah.
packaged peanut butter just doesn't taste as good.
I don't want to get a puppy again. Hellbent, I think we should get a puppy.
Ooh, Flurith, that's a good idea. I didn't think to put a shield on a minecart or one of those pallets. So I can make a skateboard, Brian.
Oh, that's cool. And you can invent Johnny Be Good.
Johnny be good. I don't know, if my parents have sex, I won't exist anymore.
If Marge kisses Artie, I'll never be born.
Oh yeah, that was pretty good too. Yeah, that's way funnier. Marge kisses Artie, I'll never be born. That's like
That's one of
the
my
logic in
favorite
that
jokes.
is so fucking fractured and stupid. It makes no fucking sense. Yeah, sometimes I forget how good the old Simpsons is, and we watched a few of the older ones. I'm like, oh yeah, these jokes are kind of irreverent and fun, and a little bit timeless too at that. Like it's a reference to a movie, but they referenced a movie that is like eternal, right? They made sure to reference
and
the
it's
ones
not
that
necessary to be referenced.
they don't end up referencing too many movies that weren't like, you know, forever part of like the whole movie culture.
Did you ever see in the movie Drive when they go to the pizzeria in the back it says like 11-inch pizza, 13-inch pizza are exactly the same. We don't know the difference. It's just how much dough we have. That's on the sign. Yeah.
Yeah, anytime I order a pizza, I always tip good for two reasons. Delivery driver, and two, I know people who work there, and making pizzas ain't easy.
True. Well, they do it for the honor, Hellbent.
Yeah, right. Just like animators. You are privileged to be part of the culinary experience. You don't understand. Many great chefs have paved the way for this new future generation of cooks. Make pizza pies for Domino's, and you really ought to respect that a little bit more if you know it's good for you, or else something. I don't know. I'm gonna jump into a giant void in the sand, and if that doesn't do any good, I'm gonna do a couple of shrines. We're out of the desert for the time being. There's a lot to do out here.
I'm not into these pizza places when there's a create your own salad button.
How could you create your own salad? Why are they making you do it?
Why am I an
or
inventor today?
Make my own salad. What is this?
All right, let's see what this costs.
If I had the notion to create my own salad, why the fuck would I be ordering from said restaurant? Lunacy. Only a big doo-doo head would do that.
Man, after all that, a lot of money.
Oh yeah, anything that's like not a big food item, like a salad or something, they gouge you for. You gotta find just the right restaurant that'll sell you like a. If you want to see how bad that is, just try to like order a grilled cheese sandwich online and see how much it costs you. Not that I would.
Oh God, I wouldn't even think about that. Yeah,
I know, right? Like why would you do that? That's so stupid. But yeah, just like look up grilled cheese sandwiches, and and woe be upon ye.
Oh, I'm looking at. Okay, so 2 pizzas and a salad. So that's 2 to 3 days worth of food, right? It's more if you stretch it. $54.51 before the delivery tip. I don't think I'm ordering the food.
Oh hell no! $54 for any delivery thing, unless it's like a filet mignon or something.
Well, no, I could just go make a cup of soup right now.
Yeah.
There's a grocery store outside my house. I just don't go. No, that's good. I talked myself out of it. I was thinking about just running return scams on Uber Eats until they just like ban me.
I saw lots of reviews on websites like that are clearly horseshit. It's like the nuggets came charred black, and I had a nightmare after eating it that Ronald McDonald put his finger in my asshole, and I give you 1 star, and they didn't even give me a full refund. Fuck them. And it's like, well, clearly somebody wanted free chicken nuggets, you know.
Wow, you cannot get rid of your account. That's really smart.
Yeah, that's the new thing. Once you have an account, they know. It's like, we know who you are. Don't worry. We're never going to forget.
It's like Kiwi Farms. Once you have an account, you can't delete it. Why just sign up?
Honestly, it is a fair point, though. In life, right, you should always be wary about what you sign up for. You shouldn't just do that so haphazardly. I signed up for this, and I signed up for this, and I signed up for this, and this, and this.
It's got to happen.
If you did that in olden times, you would end up with like tons of like actual paper spam mail. And unless you had a really good system for dealing with that, well, have fun.
True. Wow, this Yoshi Island. I've never played this.
Never play what?
I've never played Yoshi's Island.
Oh, really? I'm surprised.
No, it's something I'd play. Or not, wait, hang on. Yeah, I've never played Yoshi's Island. I played Mario World.
Yeah, I did it. Look, I made a triangle, the world's strongest thing.
True. You guys know that story about the lady who got the coffee in her lap at McDonald's, and now everywhere they have to say, we have to tell you the coffee's hot. If you ever see that photo, it looks like something out of like the gore section of Reddit. It's like the worst thing I've ever seen. It's so scary that like she needed like reconstructive surgery. The coffee was so hot.
Oh yeah, I remember how that lady with the coffee story went.
But you know how it was perceived versus like the actual photo that looks like something out of a nightmare.
Real quick, and we'll get into that story. Half Hazardous dropping $1.50. Thank you, Half Hazardous, with a banana sticker. I appreciate you. He ate a banana. He had himself a snack.
Key. I will be right back.
All right. So she burned herself with the coffee. Well, she spilled the coffee, ooh, but like the coffee was served at like an insane temperature. Like, you know, a temperature that doesn't even need to really be heated at. Like, logistically, it doesn't even make any sense. Like, you're practically wasting electricity doing it. And people portrayed it as like, oh, clumsy grandma hurts herself, gives her a boo-boo, and, well, look what happens. And no, it was like, hey, grandma grabbed a very hot cup and was shocked by it, and then got horribly fucking scalded with like the most ridiculous burns you can imagine. Like, you look at it and you go, a cup of coffee did that? You know what I mean? At a temperature that she couldn't even hold. That's correct, Flirth. Half-assed says his year by the lawsuit against McDonald's because a child got second-degree burns on a chicken nugget. They won. Yeah, well, it set a precedence with the old lady winning and all that. You can't hand people like scalding hot food. Like, the best you can do now is a fajita plate, and they even like cut those down. If you think you're getting the sizzling fajita plate, look at all the smoke coming off of it. Oh, it's so hot. No, they spray it with water before they bring it out to you. Like, yeah, the plate's searing a little bit, but not by much. It's like at its like last second or two of searing, the meat has already stopped to sear. There's no smoke coming off of it. But right as the waiter brings it out, they just hit it with a little bit of water. It's like, psh, it's like, oh, listen to them sizzle. And it's just like a little bit of water, like sizzling on the iron for like, I don't know, a minute and a half. Because if they handed you that plate and it was really like red hot and sizzling, like somebody would fuck themselves up on it. They'd get hurt. That's just how that would go down. I'm glad that people these days don't side with a giant corporation. That was an embarrassing time, I think. Where it's like, no, it's okay. I think McDonald's is pretty super fucking cool, and I'm gonna support them. McDonald's did nothing wrong. It must be that clumsy old stupid lady's fault, because you know how old people are. From what I remember, they heated that coffee up so much under the idea it's like, well, it'll be hot for when the customer gets to work. And I think it is probably something customers did once, like, yeah, I want it scalding fucking hot so when I get to work it's still warm. Which, first of all, doesn't make for good coffee. And second, well, obviously the potential for physical injury is much higher, so, you know. Drink this hour after purchasing should have been their slogan. Yeah, I'm sure it's real healthy to boil stuff in styrofoam mugs too. I'm sure it's I need my coffee at 280 degrees in a styrofoam cup. Yum yum microplastics. I love microplastics. Yum yum yum. Yummy yummy yummy. I'm a genius. Take my big ball over here. Oh, I got this one. This is easy. Boom. I'm the master of time. I don't believe there's a hidden treasure here, but if there is, it's pretty damn hidden. Oh, son of a bitch. I think I could do that again. Well, I was looking for extra treasure, so that's always a worthy cause. But... Yeah, double genius. Oh, there's another area here. That's why. Okay. That does where you need to be for coffee, that you drink McDonald's coffee. You know, I understand the need of, it's like, I got to get to work. I need food. I need caffeine. And they, you know, they didn't have Monster energy drinks back then. So it was like, are you going to stop by the gas? Even then, like, are you going to stop by the gas station and get yourself an energy drink? Or are you going to like, ooh, this one's complicated. Well, might take a little thinking.
Did you win?
Anyways, when I'm on the go, I don't want to have to stop by the damn gas station and the McDonald's.
Yeah, that does suck. What first world problems?
First world is best world.
Yeah.
Big balls. This game's fun. I like that it's just like Nintendo's like, hey, what do we do for the next Breath of the Wild? Just rip off Gmod. Actually really smart. The triple ball supreme structure is the best. Oops. I fell. I like the little puzzle dungeons. A lot of people don't like these. They prefer the old style Zelda dungeons where it's the water dungeon. And I understand that. Water dungeon's fun. But there's something to these physics style puzzle things. It's reminds me of Portal a little bit.
Yeah, totally.
To where it's like, here's a test chamber. So like you got a little bit of they're just taking shit from Valve. Yeah, wait a minute. This is Portal and Gmod and fucking, well, you know, the rest of it's Zelda, but it's Portal, Gmod, and Minecraft, you know? Brian, I think Nintendo may not be as creative as we give them credit for. But it's, you know, and that makes the Sonic Frontiers thing even funnier. Because they copied Breath of the Wild, but they didn't even pick up on the shit that Breath of the Wild copied, so it comes across as like off, right? Morgan says the Gmod one was obvious with the tool to stick shit together. Yeah, but it's a good idea. It's all Havoc physics engine anyways. Give me my orb. I like the old one. You used to just have the orb like float towards you. I think it's the slowest bullet in the world. Like the quad laser. Are you not entertained, Brian? Do you not like Link and his little adventure?
Sorry, I was getting a fork for my potato.
Potatoes are a good thing to just have around, but they don't last too long.
Penn Jillette of Penn and Teller lost 100 pounds eating nothing but potatoes. And
yeah,
I gotta say,
but like, there's better ways to do that. He could have had squash too, you know.
that's true.
Ruse said potato will last a while in dark, cool place. This is true. But if you're gonna stockpile potatoes for the apocalypse, you gotta like either really like the taste of them little eye things that come out of it. I do think it's funny how when the potatoes left in the bag alone long enough, it's like, well, if you're not gonna eat me, well, fuck it, I'm getting out of here.
My dad used to take me to the food bank where they had those, and I remember bringing food home one time from the food bank. And my grandpa's like, "This is all poison, you know." He just took them and just threw them straight in the trash.
Oh man, I can't imagine going to a food bank and then just throwing it away and wasting the food. Damn.
Well, they're potatoes with the little eyes coming.
Oh, okay, yeah, if they're rotten. Okay, that's different. I thought you meant he's taking like perfectly good stuff and just going, ah, fuck it, I'll throw it away.
No, he was explaining to me that they were rotten. He was like, the little eyes being they're rotten. My dad was like, you just cut around them. Then again, it's a potato. So how much money?
Depending on how you're gonna make it, yeah, you can just cut around it.
$3 for like a sack. What I like about a potato is you can cut them up and put them in the microwave.
Oh yeah, like there's like a million ways to cook a potato, as long as you keep them moist.
Mm-hmm.
I want to fight the giant dragon thing, but I feel like it's a bad idea. Let's see where this guy needs to go.
A potato with anything on it's pretty good as like cheap meat. I think not enough people use potatoes.
Are you kidding me? It's like
as a meal
next to bread.
They're so awesome. Oh, I love them.
The Irish, I'll have you know, loved them. Sadly, I don't have enough parts here to build a crucifix to put the Korok on. I'm sorry. I love it. There's videos of like big giant wheeled machines that have these guys on like crucifixes and they're all on fire and they're like driving it through the town. It's so funny. they had to have known people were going to torture these things. I got all these Korok seeds. I don't even know where the dude ran off to. He changed locations. Now if I want to upgrade my inventory, I gotta like somehow find him. Let's see. Got plenty
Why
of
hasn't
these.
Miyazaki done a good movie?
Why hasn't Miyazaki made me laugh? How about that? Fucking genius. How about that, you genius man? Hey, give me a
Architect
giggle.
of our dreams. Well, no, just like he doesn't do a
Hope
lot
he's
of crowd
fucking
shots
dead.
in his stuff. In the unlimited space of animation in the human mind.
He's lucky to have the chance to animate for us.
That's good for an audience such as we.
Looks like I'm fighting this thing then. Eat him! Oh fuck! Okay, he one-shots me. I don't like that. I think I may not be able. Yeah. Okay. Where's my load? I don't want to fight him. Need wheels? You think you wouldn't need wheels on the sand, though, you know what I mean? Where am I? Yeah, this is right. No, I need one of those, sand Boruses. Yeah, I can see why you might need wheels. All right, I don't know if I got any wheels. It's really not. I can put rockets. That might get me there more quickly, even.
I will see you in a moment.
Okie doke. Brian will be back. All the way over there past the divots and all that. I'm just gonna mark this one. We'll come back for it. Because until I take care of that big stupid monster, there ain't no way. Like, even if I do manual, I guess I'll try one more time just for fun. If I can't do it one more time, we'll go on to greener pastures. $20 rockets and a glider, that's one way to do it. But I'll use up a lot of juice, won't it? This thing's gonna go so fucking fast. It's gonna be like Kerbal Space Program. Oh yeah. He's waiting for me. Don't knock over my cart. Get out of here, you. Oh, I bet I need to go to that tower over there and make the light. Okay, this is all making more sense. Okay, that did not go as far as I would have hoped.
I just want to point out that my meals today have been a potato and a cup of soup.
Hell yeah,
and
you're living like the Irishman.
But you know what the funny part about that is that means I spent about $3 for a day's worth of food. So far, I mean,
Wheels.
I almost spent $50. I almost spent $50-$60 on a pizza.
Oh God. Like on one end, I almost can't blame you. On the other end, it's like, eh.
That bad. It's hard to make good food choices because I could just do that every day. I'd be like, well, I deserve cheap pizza, but
I do like the conspiracy theory that all these delivery services are just there built by the government to make us unhealthy so we'll die faster. Kill them with kindness, you know what I mean?
I think that's the big grift.
That would be funny if it were true, but I think they're giving Uncle Sam too much credit.
Yeah, that would imply that we know what we're doing.
That would imply that they're okay with giving away that much of their income, just to like, it's like, but look, in the long term. I don't have enough cool, wacky tools to do this the fun, insane way. Art doesn't seem to work for shit either.
Hellbent's in the danger cart, right?
I was. Yeah, the cart's moving on its own. That's not good. I mean, something awful's gonna happen, doesn't it? Whatever, come here, you big lug. We're gonna take you on an adventure.
Man, how long do you think it'll be before
Oh,
the
that's a
next
fucking
Mario
great
game?
shot.
Oh, nice.
How long it'll be until what?
The next Mario game has like realistic grass rendered in it.
Ah, I think if Nintendo were smart, they would just never do that.
They're just gonna keep it like that forever.
Yeah, I mean they tried it with Odyssey a
fair.
little bit, but New Donk City looks weird, and the dinosaur looks weird. They probably will. I mean, this is what people want to see.
I
It's
saw
like,
that
what if
when I played
Mario
Sonic
were
too.
real? And it's like I know what would happen. If Mario was real. It would look bland.
I'd be bored.
Take a chance.
Have you seen that?
GameStop voice though. Everybody in GameStop, take a chance. It's a dance. No romance. I play Mario Odyssey, and it's not like Homer Odyssey in that I do not know what is going on because I am illiterate.
This game rewards you for trying to break it, unlike my girlfriend. Poor game, Scott.
Yeah, after he went to prison after hitting his girlfriend too many times in 2008, his videos just never been the same.
He still makes the face. Hi, everybody.
Hey everybody, I'm Game Scott. Good to see you there. I hope y'all having a good day. I really hope so. Like it's
I say we
hopelessly
end the stream with
positive.
a bunch
It's
of Scott.
like not toxic
Yeah.
positivity. It's like doomed.
He's like old Gil on The Simpsons, like, oh,
Welcome to Game Scott.
the ramen was empty, but if you fill it with hot water, it's like you're tasting a little bit of chicken bone.
My Patreons have dropped to
Oh,
zero,
Gil's-
but you know that's okay. Huh? I'm okay. He's like visibly hungry. Like you can see in his eyes, all dead.
Yeah. Oh, they're all sunken in.
It's okay. The food pantry's open this week, and I'm gonna get some lentil beans. Lentil. My
Just boil them
favorite.
up, and there you go.
That's all you do. That's all you can fucking do with them. The guy slips a little. He's like, I'm sorry. I'm just hungry. Anyways, we're gonna play Super Mario Advance 3, which is actually Yoshi's Island.
I can't believe there's there's like 15 episodes of Game Scott.
Game Scott was funny. That's why there's that many episodes. It's just, and the best part is you watch those, and it's really not too different from what we have now. It's just they're trying to do exactly what everybody's doing now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, how am I gonna get to that fucking shrine? I guess I don't need to.
They're all the same thing, though. They're all just their video player's broken.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you get that on Twitch and YouTube sometimes. Like, you'd see a video of somebody like, here's my playthrough of Sonic the Hedgehog. And somehow they managed to record it in like 1080 by 120. And it's like all thin and like, it's like, and the emulator's like fucking choking. It's like, and they're like, nah, this is pretty much okay.
funny.
This is my complete playthrough.
What? I have to go back and restart it?
Fuck that.
That's why we're afraid of doing Toons talking in a live format, because we'll totally be
No,
like, oh, we
Brian's
were
afraid
recording
of
the
doing
wrong
that. I'm
layer the
good.
whole time. Feldman was the host of Toons talking.
Look, I may not be as talkative as I used to be, but I know how to do a live show. Here's the key thing. Just don't say the N-word. For whatever reason,
Fuck.
that's a tough one for a lot of people. They're like, okay, will do. And like within 5 minutes, like, anyway, so about this thing that's been bothering me lately.
I know.
Uh-huh.
Well, no, my problem is that if we put all those layers together and we realize the poster says something horrible, then we got to re-record the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, the other thing with live stuff is that mistakes happen.
I'm not worried about mistakes. I'm worried about, like, we record it with the video playing at the same time, and we pause for like a 3-hour pee break, and then we sync all the footage together. We're like, there's only the layer of us talking. We don't know when we paused the movie.
Yeah, you don't want that.
I've heard you can do multiple layers with OBS, but I haven't figured it out. When's part 2 of
Yeah, you
Avatar
can.
coming out? Probably this week. I'm gonna start cutting it tonight.
Hell yeah.
We're like a third of the way through it. We didn't know if we timed it right. Part 2 may be a little bit short because we got really zoned out on the 9 million.
Well, it's so repetitive, Avatar, for what it is. It's really, really repetitive piece of media. So unfortunately, a big part of it is like, again, like with Halloween, go over here now, gonna go over. It's like, oh my god, a water effect in 3D. Oh my. Like, yep, they're doing it.
Yeah, if I was a little more careful, I would have listened to every time we've counted. Like, oh, that looks real.
No, we're actually to the point now. I know I made so many jokes. Like, oh, my favorite video game, Daikatana. That Brian just starts cutting the joke out because it's like, I know. Personally, I would have let them in, but I also think that you should listen to other people when it comes to
oh,
what's
I'm not
fun,
cutting him
what's
out
not.
for taste. It's either for time or it's because you're talking over like there's just garbage audio in between it. You know,
Oh,
like I
yeah.
say something and then fuck it up. Good game, Scott. Like that.
Thankfully, we both know to record on our own end and not just do it all over Discord, which would be that was the fear of doing Tunes Talking live. It's like, is that even going to work? And which here we prove it does. So, again,
we
I was
totally
correct.
do it. Mixing and post is going to be the issue. The only reason I say I don't want to do it live
Post for live?
No, for Tunes Talking.
Oh, okay, that's different.
Because
I thought
if
you
we're
were worried
doing
about the
Tunes
post.
Talking right now,
Oh fuck, I've been here already. I'm a fool. I think I've been here already. What's wrong with the world, Brian?
I don't know, but I know that OBS now you can do like different audio tracks per file, which is what I'm into. If we could figure out how to do that
For a live show?
so that way, if for a post show, doesn't have to be live, but I'm saying that we're not recording the video while we do these. So when we have to take a piss break or something, I have to go 3, 2, 1, pause, clap, and then in editing, I have to go make sure that our video syncs up with that video.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any sense because I'd still be recording you over Discord and you'd have the crunched audio. Your audio would still sound like shit.
Why would I don't think I'm making sense here. I'm saying when we record a video,
you're telling me to record it on my end with OBS, right? How am I going to get your raw audio through OBS on my side?
You're not. That's not what I want. What I'm saying is that when you do a show that's recorded and our volumes are different, they're just stuck that way forever and we can never fix it, right? So if I was getting you as an input into my computer and we hit record and we export it as an MP4, we suddenly have an MP4 where I'm like really, really loud, like mouse quiet, and then it's all fucked up and we'd have to re-record the whole thing. So I'm trying to figure out a way that we can, if we do that, and I think OBS does this now, is we record the video of us watching the video, and then we record the rigs at the same time as 2 separate video files. And then you just drag them both in, and they're the same exact length. And then you can just go pull the sliders up and down on the volume. Does that make sense? Like cut live out of the equation.
Not for a live format, it doesn't.
Okay, cut live out of the equation. I'm saying that the biggest pain in my ass when we do Tunes Talking is when we stop and take a break. And then we go 3, 2, 1, and then stop. Because every once in a while I won't notice that, and then I'll render a fucking 4K video of us talking in Final Cut. And then I'll realize we're talking over the break, or the video's playing over while we're paused, and then I have to go back and recut us matching to the video, and it never times correctly. So what I want to do is figure out how to record the video, so when we pause the video, the pause is synchronized with us talking. Do you get what I mean? I'm speaking another language to Hellbent right now.
See Link's face.
remember
That's how I feel processing that information.
Okay. You remember when we recorded Halloween and I took 3 pee breaks? And I think you got a phone call.
Yeah.
And then I had to go in Final Cut and then go 3, 2, 1, pause, and then 3, 2, 1, back. And then I had to cut all those little gaps of sound. That sucks. And if you fuck it up one time, and then you render the video out and you realize that, like, it's all perfect, and then suddenly everything's 30 minutes out of sync, I then have to go back in and re-render all that shit from the ground up. So do you remember the one, I think Sonic 1, we did it where you recorded the video while we were talking, and you had it, like, as one file? Do you remember that? You recorded the video that you were streaming to me, like your Chrome tab. And you recorded the rig at the same time, and you put it on one big track.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm saying that OBS now can record those as 2 separate MP4 files that you could just send me, or that I can just drag into Final Cut. So that way, when we have a giant pause in the middle of it, I don't have to take the raw video file and then try to hand synchronize it every time, because that sucks. Or we have to just, like, get those pee jars and just pee while we're doing Toons Talking, and I don't want to do that.
I'll just leave it on record.
No, we leave it on record. The problem is if we leave it on record, I don't have a video to send.
But if we just left it to record with or without OBS, it would still be a big recording, right?
Yeah, I don't mind if it's a big recording. I don't think I'm making sense
cut?
here. Okay, the movie's an hour and 30 minutes. We're talking over an hour and 30 minutes.
And we record all hour 30 minutes.
Yes, but then halfway through, you're like, oh, I got a phone call. And then we have to pause the movie. I have to, in editing, go take the MP4 of the movie and then pause it for as long as you're taking the phone call, or as long as I'm peeing. And twice now when I've done that, the video gets out of sync with the audio, because I don't know when we start it back up. So I'm saying, if we record the video, we take the MP4 and we play it in a separate monitor, and then just record the MP4 in the monitor. Then when we pause it, the video is in sync with us the whole time.
Yeah, but we could do that without OBS.
What do you mean?
Like I just put the video up on my screen, and when oh wait, yeah, but then there's that other issue. Man, that's complex. You're right.
I don't think it's complex. I just think that, what do they call it? Where you make it more work?
Just put a time code at the bottom of it.
That's a good idea. Yeah, let's just do that.
Yeah, just put a little clock there. I bet it's easier to get OBS to put a little clock there that counts upwards from when you hit play than it is to like record multiple MP4 files at the same time. Yeah.
OBS is supposed to have a feature for that. You're right. That is.
No, I'm sure it can. I'm sure it can do what you're saying, but on the other end, I'm like, but why? Let's just like put like a clock.
No, totally. Yeah, let's just put a clock down there. That's a good idea.
That's how they did. That's how they do it in Hollywood, Brian. I don't know if you're aware of Hollywood, but I watched the making of Jurassic Park, and the editing machine that they had a little time code. Do you understand time code?
Wait, hang on. I gotta think about that.
I'm a time code.
Hang on.
I'm hanging.
Okay. We would have to pause. No, that wouldn't work. We'd have to pause the. That wouldn't work. Shit. We would just have to record a separate MP4. There's no other way.
What if the movie had a time code on it?
Well, if the movie had a time code on it, and let's say we're an hour in, we're an hour and 5 minutes in, and then you leave for 10 minutes, the movie will still say an hour and 5 minutes. Because we paused the movie.
You're full of shit.
This is so fucking confusing. I'm thinking of just... You remember how you stream the video of this to me independently sometimes, like when we're doing PC games?
Yeah, it's easy.
Okay, I'm thinking we just take my PC, and then I just record from Plex on there. And then when I pause it, I can record OBS on the PC, which is capturing the movie. And then my laptop captures me, and then your machine captures you. And then they're always in sync. Because the way I'm doing it right now is I take a fresh MP4 of the movie that is hard-coded to be an hour and 30 minutes. And then when we pause it, I have to go delete all the parts of us pausing it, and then go, all right, I'm back. And then it fucks up the sync of the video. So we might as well just record the video and you and me. So they're all exactly, what, like 2 hours even. And then when I cut the pause out in editing, I'm cutting the exact same amount, like it never loses sync. It's always exactly the same length, all three of them, right?
That sounds good.
So this is what I was thinking of at work all day, and I was like, I'm gonna try to explain this to Hellbent.
Are you talking like time travel?
I like haphazardous. I enjoy listening to someone explain the same thing in many different ways. Thank you, haphazardous. All right.
No, you don't understand. We'll record it, you see, with video. Well, I don't know what video
Yeah,
is.
You don't understand that it's a different length video when we fucking...
Tube's talking.
These are what our meetings are like whenever we're not actually on screen. It's one of us explaining it and the other one going, yeah, Crash Bandicoot's great.
Whatever you say, Captain.
Oh, look at that.
We're
Look
gonna
at
call
that
Brian
Roblox
Captain Crunch because I'm gonna make him do like A-Tunes Talkins videos in 1 week.
I like Captain Crunch. That's good.
Captain Crunch is a great name for like overworking a certain person.
Yeah.
You got your one guy. Who's that? Oh, that's our Captain Crunch. Crunchitize me, Captain. Unpaid overtime? You bet.
Oh.
Anything for the art.
I feel like I'm having one of those dreams where you're trying to punch but you're underwater.
That's pretty much what editing is.
No, it's me explaining editing. It's like, all right, Hellbent, but when we pause, we then have to... The video will have to stop moving in relative to us. And you're like, well, then we just won't pause. We'll just make one big long audio track that we can cut down. Yeah, but then I'm dragging an MP4 that doesn't have any timing on it. We have to figure out... Like, the way we did it with you putting the Sonic movie in the corner worked. And I'm trying to remember why I didn't like it. There was something wrong with how you edited. But the video syncs up perfectly when you do it that way. So I wonder... What if I just made like an ultra-wide video file and I just cut it?
That could work too.
That might do it. But the other thing I found out is when you can either have two separate instances or you can actually have OBS like just record two separate sources at once as two individual files. But then that way when there's any editing issues, I can literally just go fix the one problem instead of like, oh fuck, these are fused together.
I don't know if that'll
Somehow
work,
I've been
Brian. That sounds like
explaining-
it might. That sounds like it might just not work. I think I should just shut this down immediately.
All right. Tunes Talking is a lot of...
There's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's harder than we thought, but we learned a lot. Like, a lot of good things have come our way from it. For instance, there are programs that'll cut silence.
Most shows are surprisingly hard to make. It's not a simple thing doing any kind of show, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially when it involves video and timing and animation.
Oh. Fighting a cube.
Yeah, how do I beat this fucking thing? Gonna transform now? You gonna do the thing again? Oh,
That's
fuck,
good
fuck,
game
fuck.
design that I instinctively knew to fight the gold cube in the middle. It made sense.
Oh yeah, no, it does.
That's cool.
To a point, to a degree. Oh my goodness gracious. Those little weak spots hard to get at.
Morgan says he broke your kneecaps. Maybe that's vengeance.
I was told, oh fuck, I'm dead. I ran out of fairies. I could have beat him. That guy's tough though. I like how versatile of a fight that is.
Yeah, that's cool.
I hope it remembers that one point where he's nearly dead and doesn't just reset him with all of his health. That would be disappointing.
What if your game over screen was Dr. Cortex? Like
boy,
the
here we
bad
are
one
again.
with him going game over.
Game over, you pussy.
You really thought you could get through Wrath of Cortex without a single cheap death?
You soy cuck. If I'm gonna redo it and he's gonna get full health, I'm gonna have all my cool items.
This is Dr. N-Cell.
Dr. N-Cell's pretty good. Oh yeah, that's right, Morgan. I didn't think to use all my time travel and stuff. I was just trying to raw dog him. That's what we call it in the Breath of the Wild community, is raw dogging. That's when you don't use your magic powers. Your time is short, Cube Man.
Cube Man!
How
You
was
must
it?
tilt your head
Oh,
backwards,
yeah.
Carl.
Hey, Carl.
Yeah. But my eyes are shooting blood out. Then tilt your head backwards. The rays are very dangerous. Yes, you must tilt your head backward.
We pay you handsomely.
When the Bleemflark goes up on the crypto markets, whatever it says. Bleemflark isn't strong right now.
Yeah,
but...
I didn't realize that was like, that wasn't a crypto joke, but it may as well have been. It was ahead of its time.
We will pay you in Bleemflarks.
Yeah, like worthless foreign currency.
The flux construct number 2.
It does not give a shit about time stop. It loves time stop.
I just realized that voice is kind of just like when someone does like a Rich Little, like, good evening, racing fan.
Oh yeah.
Rich Little here, yeah. You guys don't know who that is, but the chicken in Crash Tag Team Racing. Good evening, sports fan.
I think they did that. God, it's a parody of an old sports announcer.
That's like in everything you've ever seen. And now no one knows what it.
Yeah, they'll figure out who Casey Kasem is eventually too.
No one knows who Casey Kasem. I only know it from a South Park commentary, and then I looked it up. Oh, that's funny. Chat, do you know who Casey Kasem is? How about don't tell them who Casey Kasem is. Let's see if the chat knows. Coming in at number 5, Sleepy Dog with no.
Your mom.
Yeah. So Casey Kasem was a very famous radio dude that did the Chelsea Adams props. He's Shaggy. Yeah, he was a DJ. Thank you, Red Dragon Empress. He did like nationwide radio. So when you're going down the highway, he'd be doing the top 40.
Now, when everybody
now
think,
a long
get
distance
out here and
dedication.
flash your pussies for the Beatles.
Yeah, my favorite is when he's doing the Shaggy thing and he goes, "Can he eat a fucking salad just one time?" I like that, and I like when he's like, "Where are those photographs I asked for?" Like he's just having a meltdown.
Coming in number 5 is my deadbeat grandpa.
The balls balloon.
The ball, the flux monster thing, whatever.
And the Flux 2000 and the world famous Ball Balloon Brigade. Molten Amber says Kasem was the original voice of Cliff Jumper in Transformers. Yep. That's probably
Cliff
true.
Jumper's not a great name these days.
Cliff Jumper is a funny. Maybe he just likes swimming, Hellbent. And they say to me, dear Brian, what the fuck are you doing on these Hellbent streams?
Yeah,
Can't you be
fucking
weird
die,
somewhere
you
else?
stupid cube
Yeah.
monster.
Yeah! Oh.
I still don't know what to do with these giant spinning things. Last time somebody said jam it in the middle of the temple, we did that. We got no results. You'd think it goes here, though. Oh, powerful. I didn't think to fuse it to something. That's a good idea. Thank you,
Could you
Matthias.
put it like sideways and like mow people down?
Probably. But I put it
Those
on
would
my
make
most
funny
durable
wheels.
weapon. Because let's take something weak, make it mega durable and very heavy. And now I got my beaten stick.
Wait, so you don't physically place those together?
No, it's like, you know, it's a predetermined combination for the weapons depending on what you're holding. Like if I'm holding a spear and I put a claymore at the end of it, it still functions as a spear. Got one right here. Here's a claymore with a little tiny sword at the end of it. What does it do? Well, it reaches a little bit further, does a little bit more damage, and I guess takes a little longer to break, possibly.
Oh, that's funny.
Or you can just glue a sword to a sword like I did with these. It's a sword.
It's the
It
most
doesn't look
ridiculous
right,
thing.
but you know what? It works in the
No,
video game
props
logic.
for even coming up with it. Yeah. No, this is fine. You look like Shadow the Hedgehog with all that gear. Remember in
Yeah.
Shadow, you'd grab like a street sign, and they built it to scale, so it's like 10 feet long.
I never really played Shadow, but I believe that they would do that to you.
Yeah, they did it to me. Hellman, I'm gonna teach you about all the good games. Shadow.
I'll have to take you to the Aqua Teen game, show
Pyro
you some real
4.
culture. The Aqua
I'm
Teen
not
game's
against
not
doing the
great,
Aqua
but it
Teen
is one
game.
that I could go back to over and over again because it's a golf game. I can remember what I was doing, what worked and what didn't. But the worst part about Aqua Teen Hunger Force is honestly the combat. You think like the fights between each hole would be fun, but it's actually really time consuming and annoying. Like the combat has no punch to it. It's just like, you know, you whiff against the thing, it goes, and it's like, okay, now do that 20 times to kill one of them. It's like,
kind of like Trover, yeah.
Yeah, to where you're just wailing on him forever. Trover has better haptics than that. Imagine Trover, but with just a single animation and no like controller rumble or like, you know, or like flash sounder. All the feedback on it's so awful.
That's funny. My favorite part of Trover is when you have to solve those puzzles, and then Trover just gets so angry that he just starts smashing the puzzles up. He's like, "This isn't a puzzle game." That was fun.
Gargus cursing the Lord. I like how much gliding and skydiving you do in this.
That's true.
Fun. How do I get in there, I wonder? I figure I gotta jump up under it, but there's nowhere for me to go under it. Unless
It's got like
I
chicken wire around it, like a
Yeah,
It's like a
like, keep
McDonald's
them
big
out.
toy.
Don't want them in there.
Like a play place. No action platforming.
There's a cat in here. Get it. Look and see. There's like a entryway I missed. Oh, these
And
things
dogs keep walking
haplessly
by to
swing
pee
at
on
me.
it.
I
Yeah.
probably got to get under it. That's usually the answer. He's got body armor. Ow! He's got his little Kevlar. It's the SWAT mob.
Is there anything actually down there?
Below it, there may be a little cavern for me to get
below
into,
it.
but this seems like the right progression, doesn't it? I guess I'm just gonna
see
kill
things.
these guys because this seems. They're just annoying. Wait, why are they? Oh, there's a
Looks like
big
you're in
one
a
I
little
see.
construction site. In a little Zelda, Hyrule-ish construction site.
Hey, we're working over here. Fucking causing a lot of hell for these guys. The battles can get really chaotic. I love it. I see the Switch is doing its very best to just not die right now.
Whoa.
Ow. Battle music's nice too, little horn.
Yeah.
Like wacky piano that's all over the place. It's got character.
For some reason, I'm getting flashbacks to. Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks to Uncharted 4 when you're just kind of wandering around in the jungle for a while. And you walk up to these like old temples and everyone's just like, "Get him! He's going down!" Yeah, that'd be way better. No, get him, Mr. Drake! You're gonna get your butt kicked.
I get the like for Uncharted, but boy, that's a tough sell for me.
They're all fun, but once again, I'm just playing a movie and then I get bored.
You get bored a lot more easily from this stuff than I do, but even I see Uncharted and I get like halfway through it. And I don't really care what happens to Drake and his money or whatever.
I got through the first one. I like the first one. Second one opens with that train over the snow that I really like.
It's got really good set pieces. Yeah, those are good.
Yeah, it's all a lot of fun. And I mean that movie, they really captured the tone.
Oh, I just had to open the door. They got me.
How are we gonna get in here, guys?
I thought I had to do the big. I didn't have to fight those dudes at all. But when I can build an AC-130 in this game, this is one of those towers I'm going to be doing a pass on. That's okay.
All right,
Wi-Fi
has been activated through the kingdom.
Yeah. I like the little how they mix the modern and the old here to where you got your Nintendo Switch that's way better than the ones we actually have because it can take 8K pictures and do video. It has a GPS in it.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Here's something to not make your Switch look cool. Make the one in the video game cooler than the real thing.
God, man, that screen on the Switch is rough. But I mean, he had to make it cheap for a very obvious
if you got
reason.
the 1.0 one, it's great because it's the only system that you can hack with a paperclip.
That's the one I have, and I'm a little bummed on the screen, but it's
Well, just paperclip the son of a bitch, and
I already did.
did.
It's full of emulators and stuff. It's my favorite part.
There you go. It's not so great for the portable, but hey, now you got to pay some electrician to put an OLED in there.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it too is, God, that looks ridiculous. Ladies, I'm coming down. Cool. No, the cool thing about it is
a great one to just get really high while you're playing too, because you could just found another tower.
Yeah.
Time to fly. Look, there's every time you do one of these, there's sky islands you can go to. So if you're like, I'm bored with the surface, I want to do something different, you do the sky. If you're really like masochistic, you go to the depths where everything's just awful.
Huh.
Which is another thing that Sonic game doesn't have is variety like this, to where you can do a lot of different things.
There's 2 layers. There's the ground,
and
then there's
layers.
just above the ground where the platforming is.
Oh, for Sonic, yeah. You have ground and platforming. That's it. I got enough juice. I got enough bug juice that I could probably glide to each of these towers, which is something that I ought to have done a while ago. But I could have immediately done that when I started the game. I could have chopped up a bunch of grass to catch the grasshoppers, kill a couple moblins, make some potions, and then fly to each of these and shoot myself up and complete the map. Or you could just jump into the depths, or you could go get your master sword, or you could do this, or you could do that. You could go to the desert town and do that whole thing over there. Which, I mean, is something that they did in Skyrim, of course, and all those other games. But what separates this from Skyrim is that I don't have to go talk to an NPC necessarily to get things done. Like, to do the very end of it, you can just walk to the boss and go, fuck it, I'm just gonna fight him. For in Skyrim, I'd have to, like, do a, 2-hour quest line to even unlock the key to get to the door to get to the place where you can do the thing to begin with. Another interesting thing is, as a sequel, it took an open world that already existed, and then they just, like, went ham. To it. And took a fucking baseball bat to it, and then fixed it up and rechanged it and all that. And it's kind of nice to revisit a place that I explored in 2017, now in 2023 or 2018. I forget, something like that for Breath of the Wild. This was a long time ago. And considering these are running on a Switch, this is very impressive graphically. I know games on the Xbox One and other stuff like that, you just can't see this far. They wouldn't render anything this far away.
If this were Sonic Frontier, you would see directly below you.
Yeah, that's it. They'd lock the camera in probably just because, like, no, don't look up.
Actually, there's a lot of geometry directly below you. I don't know. That might be too for it.
That's fair. Oh, fuck, a dragon. Look. Oh, shit. We're gonna get his ass. Is he going into the fucking depths? Never mind. I'm good. I'm good. Fuck that. Cool looking though. Look at it. He's so majestic. I am not going in there. No, that's gonna fuck me over so bad. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna go, uh-oh, the piece of the dragon scale I shot off dropped in the depths. I'm gonna go down there and then I'm gonna get hit with that curse stuff that permanently lowers your health bar or whatever. How do I get rid of that shit?
Man.
Fucking training.
That'd be funny if there's a curse so...
When it rains,
what
you
if
can't
there's a
climb
curse
up
so
stuff
powerful?
so good.
Oh. What if there's a curse that's so powerful it follows your save file?
Oh, that'd be fucking awesome. Or like a curse that deletes your save file, the curse of forgetfulness.
It's like, but like, imagine a curse where you're like, oh no, it fucked my health bar up, and you load your save file, and it's like, we know what you're doing. Here you go.
You load your save file, like circumvent it, and the game's like, oh yeah? Well, your character now has like a fucking disease.
Well, it's still better than the other stuff.
They tricked me. It's like, oh, you're going to the tower, I see. What if you get this dragon? And then it's like... oh, now you can't get to the tower. Oh, and it's raining now. You can't climb. Oh, now you're stuck here.
Oh, are you having a bad time?
Jerk-ass video game. Then you gotta wonder, did they do that intentionally? Is that like an act? Is that a design choice they made? It's like, yeah, this'll fuck him over.
Fuck him. I must bid you a fun to do.
I
will be back in like 40 minutes if you're still doing this, okay?
All right, you go enjoy Brian time.
Thank you for having me on, dude.
Always a fun time. Brian, everybody.
Bye. Bye.
Thank God he's gone.
Ah.
Sleepy Dog Zone says, now it's time to hit that like button so Hellman goes to the depths and faces his fears. I wouldn't mind, honestly. It's just, I do want to get some stuff done so that I can, like, have a better idea of where, just more progression, right? Just more progression. Progression's a good thing. Up we go. Hey, right where I wanted to be. That's good game design right there. It's like, where does the well lead out of? Exactly where you're probably trying to go. That's really interesting. I don't know if that was just a random series of events or not. But if it wasn't random and they actually, like, put all those triggers together and all that, that's really cool.
Oh.
Oh, and I needed to rescue that guy to fix this, so it wouldn't have worked without him, I guess. Interesting. Let's see. Kai asked, who is better, Legend of Zelda or God of War 4 or 5? Oh, I gotta give it to Legend of Zelda because what they did was very unique. I know people don't like the durable weapons and all that, but God of War Ragnarok took a lot from Dark Souls and Resident Evil 4, and even a little bit from Diablo, which is nice, to where this took from Gmod and Portal. And, you know, if we're talking about the better combination of my taste, I mean, I like Valve games, so this plays like a Valve game if they made a Nintendo game. So I like that. There's just a lot more going on, plus you're free in this one to where the God of War games are kind of linear-ish. Hey, good night, Half Hazardous. Thank you again for your contributions. You have a good night. We can get more towers here. There's a whole lot to explore. You can just dart off in any direction you want. This is good. And we have Ubisoft style towers, sure, but like they're fun. Mainly because the terrain matters, which is another big deal. Like the actual, fuck, I want that star bit over there. I'm gonna get that star bit, and then I'm gonna go back to the tower and jump up again. There's gonna become a point in time and be like, I'm sure glad I went and got that one star bit. And while it's really impressive that the God of War game looks as it does in 4K, uh-oh. My shield is made out of metal, so I gotta take that off. Anything made out of metal I gotta take off right now because it's gonna conduct electricity, and that seems to be just about everything. I got some things are only a little conductive. The boomerang's just a tiny bit conductive. So you can have it out, but it'll zap you, but only after a point. I mean, the God of War 3 and Ragnarok and all that, they do got, or God of War 4 and 5 is however you want to put it. They do have an open world to a point, but the side content is just more the same, and there's not a huge variety in the way that you beat guys up. The most different that it gets is like, oh, we got Bifrost element, and these enemies, well, you're probably better off just knocking them down on the ground. That's fine. There we go, Star Fragment. Super worth it, I'm sure. Yeah, I'll try from here. A drunk guy is mistakenly declared dead and had his organs harvested. How do you mistakenly declared dead always seems to me like they just didn't check. Like, you can't just not have a heartbeat for like 10 minutes. How much do I have left on the map? Not too much. But I'm running low on stamina potions. Oh, they're gonna do this to me. All right, fair enough. Time for an adventure. Oh man, I don't want to get near that dragon. He's gonna make my whole day awful. So if I go beneath them, we can climb up to that tower the old-fashioned way, then shoot over to the other one, which might work out. Those guys are from the original Zelda, which is it's nice to see them make a return. Yeah, they one-shot my ass. I don't want to be near them. Another thing I really like about this game is that they're not afraid to just... Hey, look, a Nintendo Switch in the ground. They put in all these really, really, like, genuinely frightening, oh god, don't want to fight it now enemies. Instead of, you know, like with Oblivion, for example, Elder Scrolls Oblivion, where everything is level scaled. This, it's like, no, that thing will just whoop your ass if you ain't strong enough, and you just gotta deal with it. Mini Ghidorah, yeah, James, Mini Ghidorah is there. There's a few of them too. They're different elements. I like it. Okay, so we got another star bit, another tower, and then we get that other tower, and we're getting pretty close to having a full map. Relatively close, anyways. But I am running out of stamina potions. Okay, now we just gotta climb up. Lionels are pretty bad too. I like them though, Nyoku. I like them. I like that one of those really tough, beefy enemies can just roadblock me, and next thing you know, it's actually frightening to move forward. This should be pretty easy to get to.
Yeah. Huh. Ah.
Oh, I gotta climb it. Okay. I think Ascend might work for this. No, they're like, no, not this. Looks pretty climbable to me, though. Original King Ghidorah suit took several people to operate, including one person inside, 2 people operating the tails, 2 for the wings, and 3 for the heads. I do like the Godzilla suits. Those actors love their craft. People using TikTok using hacks and mods. Oh yeah, the PC version of this game, or PC version, the emulated version of this game is, damn it, should have rested. Well, got a few stamina things left. They'd use them all up, but we can fix that later. Yeah, you could definitely do a lot. There's like, for the emulated version, the instant it came out, somebody had 100% complete save files, so you could just boot up the game with unlimited everything without having to earn it. So part of the reason you're seeing people build like such crazy contraptions is they are just uploading 100% save to their Switch and just dumping it in there, and boom, you're good to go. So a lot of folks, if you see somebody who's like, how did they get this far so quickly? It's like, well, they just installed the save file that's floating out there. Yeah, ooh, the era of gaming mystery is long gone. It used to be back in the day. It's like, did you know that this one thing existed? We didn't find that for 10 years. And these days, it's like data miners got an early access copy of the game and found this, and this while combing through the files. A secret slips by once in a while, but it's got to be so tiny and unnoticeable. It's super rare. Oh, that's another tower down. Hey, we're getting there.
Oh. Oh.
Get as many as we can until we run out of stamina potions and all that. Do you miss the mystery? Yeah, it was more fun when it was a big online mystery and a bunch of people were trying to solve it. Now the best you can hope for is like solving it on your own, which is fun, but not quite the same thing, you know? Just avoid social media, James. I can't blame you. Yeah, we got Death Mountain there. We got tons of sky stuff to do. 6 more areas. Death Mountain's gonna be, this area's gonna be the hardest because at Death Mountain it gets all hot. Over here might not be so bad, but it'll be easier to take the southern sectors. So let's do that instead. If we have enough stamina to do so anyways. This one seems to be closer, but I also may be able to get there a little bit more easily. Wait, I already got that one? I don't think I already got that one. Looks like I already got that one. No, not quite. They brought out a Tears of the Kingdom Switch and people are going crazy because it doesn't include the game. It just has the same design as Link's handset. Yeah. The problem is, James, that they put out the Tears of the Kingdom Switch and it comes with a copy of the game. Then when they try to sell it later for people who already have a copy of the game, they're not going to want to buy it, right? So I get Nintendo's reasoning there. It's like, we can't, like, why would you buy a second copy of the game? Right, to give to a friend? Well, I mean, not everybody just, you know, has people or even wants to pay extra for a copy. They can't just give it away for free because you're just so nice as to buy a Switch. They gotta make their money. This wasn't cheap to make, I can tell you that. And it doesn't take a genius to figure out, but I get why you'd expect them to put the game with it, though. Like, it causes customer confusion, but logistically speaking, it makes total sense to not. The ones I can't understand are like $450 collector's edition box set, and it comes with like a statue and a bunch of stuff, and it's like game sold separately. It's like, this is just a package of promotional materials that I'm buying at that point. Now, system's a little different. That's a video game console. You can do a lot of stuff with a video game console, but when it's just like a box full of figurines, it's like, it's the deluxe edition. It's like, no, it's not. It's a collector's item. The collector's edition of items, but it's not a video game without the video game. Chelsea says relaxing gliding simulator. Hell yeah, it is. I'll have to go off stream and get a bunch more crickets though. In UK, it's 50 pounds more than a normal Switch. Ew, yeah. Well, I mean, it is. I've seen it. And I'll give credit to that Switch. It does look damn good. But the problem is, like, when your Joy-Cons start to drift on that thing, well, you're gonna have to get them fixed by hand because Nintendo probably isn't gonna replace them with the exact, like, Zelda ones, right? Or if they do, they're gonna charge you a hefty amount for it, surely. I get to one cooking pot. I bet I can make a lot more energy potions. So I don't think we're out of the game for gliding once we're out of energy, but I do want to try to get, at least to the best of my ability, all of the towers here before we're done for the night. What's my favorite Link design? Ask. Ooh, Breath of the Wild, actually. I know I'm biased because this is probably my favorite of the series, but yeah, it works. It just really works well. It's like a little bit of Toon Link, but not quite.
Huh? Uh. Huh.
I wish this scrolled at 60 frames a second. It'd be easier to tell what I'm looking at as I scroll through it. Yeah, wait. I should be able to put an eyeball at the end of this. Make it home in. But I don't see the eyeballs. Maybe I must be overlooking it. Yeah, there it is. There we go. That wasn't so hard. Hey, we get the eyeball back. No, we got their eyeball. Oh, refund. You got a cat on your keyboard? Aw.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, ooh, that was a sword shield. I put that on there by accident, but I mean, hey, we have it.
Oh.
This is what we got to deal with. Monster truck? That sounds fun, James. Yeah, I really can't wait to do the sky stuff later and unlock more machine making abilities. Garg's Kitty Rupert is gray with black stripes. Oh, my dots like yellow stripes. Oh, that's cute. I like cats. Meow, meow, meow. This game is a strange combination of fuzzy and very, very clear too. But it works for, you know, what it is. This isn't your 4K game. This isn't even your 60 frames per second game. But it's like they took all the lessons they learned with Wind Waker, or like, you know, how to make the game look good while still being, you know, somewhat primitive with the cell shading, and then applied a little bit more texturing to it. And a hell of a draw distance for what it is, too. And there's the place with the doo-doo on it. We could probably solve a few mysteries over there at some point. What else are we doing? Okay, there's another tower. It should be this way somewhere. Probably on the other side of Death Mountain, or inside Death Mountain, probably. There's also another possibility. May have to come back for that one. All right, where's those stables then? Those is a cooking pot. Riverside stable. How great the Series X and PS5 games could be with all the horses they have under the hoods. If they made this game for the PS5, yeah, that draw distance would be like insane. If they kept the same graphical fidelity, like at its peak, it still looks the same. It'd be like 60 FPS with like everything visible. It'd be a marvel. Maybe not everything visible, but many things visible at least. Beetle, get the fuck away from me. I gotta cook. Cook, Beetle, if only. That's one thing Fallout and Skyrim have over this. You can just brutalize the NPCs. Ooh, I like Beetle as well. He's a good character and he's very reliable and helpful, but sometimes I'm like, Beetle, get the fuck out of my way. Like leading in Skyrim, she's either blocking the exit or alerting the enemy. That's true, James. Beetle ain't that bad. But he could be. I need to cook a bunch of these up later. I got a lot of shrooms that I need to cook. And razor shrooms and iron shrooms are great too. Like increasing your defense and offense, obviously smart, but for traveling, it ain't gonna do us a whole lot of good. We do got bright-eyed crab, which is great. That's too much. Wasted some of my crab. Oh, there's the crickets. The old PC games are like that. They were not trying to let you just kill essential NPCs off, which is fun because sometimes, like, you want to do another playthrough or something, you know? And it's fun just to see what would happen if so-and-so got, like, you know, destroyed. Keep forgetting I can just select for recipe. You took the 10-gram edible? Oh, you looked up a 10-gram edible, yeah. Well, you don't need a... It doesn't matter the quantity that you buy them in. You just tear them in half if they're... Oops. Fucked up. Like if they're 20 milligram edibles, just tear one in half and it's a 10 milligram. Will you persist in this doom world you've created? That was an awesome message. Loved Morrowind for that one. This is a good question, James. Was it Devil May Cry that if you missed the thing early on, you had to fight all the way back down and back? I won't be surprised. That's still not nearly as brutal as what they do to you in Harvester or Fallout 2. Fallout 2 was just that game was brutal. Or the original XCOMs, oh god. XCOM didn't even let you know. XCOM was just like, oh, you didn't realize you're fucked? Not your fault. You should have known better. What they do, well, sometimes when you play Fallout 2, you literally just entered a doomed world. You could build your character so wrong. Like, there's so many ways to build your character wrong, to where just by leaving, you know, just by building the character that way, you've already failed. You've already fucked up horribly. Or you kill a couple main characters, lock yourself out of a good ending. Tons of stuff like that. I think I got enough stamina stuff. I just want to cook any essentials I got while I'm here. Now we're fine. Yeah, maybe want to launch from here, actually. That's one sleepy dog zone. Accidentally, like, injure a child in Fallout 2 and everything will hate you. How long am I playing for? We'll see. I'm having fun. I got time, but, well, after 4 hours, a man cannot survive on chicken on a biscuit alone. That was a snack size thing. I had to get some food. I don't know. We'll see. I try not to eat until 30 minutes after feeling hungry, you know. If for no other reason than the food just tastes better that way. I'm at least gonna try to get all the towers. Maybe we'll do some sky adventures. Ah, there we go. Yeah, that's where I want to head. Yeah, we got this. I also need to find the little seed dude and expand my inventory. I also got to go pray at the statue. We'll pray at the statue soon and expand our stamina wheel as well. That'd be a good idea. More health would be smart too, but I mean, so much of this game relies on your stamina wheel. Personally, I like to have 2 full stamina wheels and a whole bunch of potions, and then, you know, focus on hearts after. Plus, if we can find those mighty mangoes or whatever, we can give ourselves gold hearts. Which means we won't have to really rely on having so much health, because we could just give ourselves temporary health, which is still really good. Temporary health is fucking badass. Use up temporary stamina really easily, but a little bit harder to screw yourself over with temp health. I like Fallout 2, Matthias, but the old interface isn't great. I want to enjoy Fallout 2 and play it again. But there's, especially if you're doing a Let's Play like a stream or something, I don't feel like verbally reading all of the dialogue in Fallout 2. That's a lot to read. It's a hell of a lot to read. I think Fallout 2 is better done in like a edited video format just because of that. Like, at least if it was an edited video format, there's opportunity for retakes and I can mull over it and all that, but it would take forever to get this, you know, whole game done. So it's like, do you want it done quick or do you want it done with style? That's not an easy one to figure out. Man, imagine if Just Cause 4 was good. I might not look on this so favorably.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, caves will just go down there then. I get it. Say no more. He's getting away. I thought that was a flower for a second. Okay, let's find this cave. There it is. Hate to do this to this weapon, but this will do for now. I guess this is the place to do it. I played too much Dead Space for those things to freak me out. Oh no. The third one. Let's see. My favorite Zelda game besides the Breath of the Wild series would have to be Link to the Past. I think the Ocarina series is good, but like Link to the Past controls better. Two ways in, huh? That's nice for them to do. Like, yeah, there's two entrances. Attach bomb to arrows from above that fires 3 or more at once. That'd be a good idea. I don't know if it uses up 3 resources, though. Uses up extra resources. I don't know if I'd like that. Anyways, probably jump up from this big treasure pile, huh? Actually want that. I have other flame emitters. We're good. Am I directly below it? Let's use a radar to figure that out. I'm not directly below it. It's like Red Faction all of a sudden. We gotta get right under the tower. Else this will be for nothing. Hi, Cal. Hi. How's your Cal? That's probably do right. Son of a bitch. Well, that's it, but also see something else here. I still gotta find the NPC I turned the Boodle gems into. Also, aren't there fairies in this? Visit a fairy. Get some quips. I wouldn't mind a Nintendo Switch Mini, Sleepy Dogs, on like a tinier Switch, but of the same power. You know, something a little bit more pocket sized. Maybe make it look like the GBA SP if you could do that, make it clamshell. But maybe that's just something I would want. Maybe we're entering a world where everybody's used to carrying around a little man purse, but I kind of like just carry things in my pocket, man. At least I would like a Switch Mini.
Oh. Oh.
Or at least if you're gonna sell these portable consoles, like make them cell phones too, so at least like and a good one at that. But I mean that would make the Switch cost like $2,000, right? You don't own a Switch, but they do look like little man purses. They do, and so does the iPad, and all of them. So it's like I don't want to carry them around for a couple of reasons. One, it looks stupid. Two, it's obtrusive, and three, it's something I got to keep up with all the time. I like that one shit just fit in your damn pocket. We went from making everything teeny tiny and super portable and nice and usable, like let's make it the size of a fucking pizza. Oh well. Like, I remember getting the PlayStation Vita and going, ooh, this is a little big. They're getting a little big for my pocket now. I do like the bigger screen size of the PSP, but it's getting a little large. The PSP was just about the max size I wanted to tolerate. Same for the DS Lite and 3DS. Like, those are just about as much as I'd like. Release a Switch Lite and give it the 3DS form factor. I'd love it. And Chelsea, the other thing is the Switch becomes uncomfortable to hold after a while because unlike the 3DS where the viewable screen is above your hands, you got to hold it, you know, up to your face. I didn't like that about the PSP either, but at least it was widescreen and smaller. But The 3DS, DS, and SP had the right idea. Clamshell design. Screen opens upwards. You hold it, and the screen's just a little bit above your hands. So you don't have to gaze so low with your eyes. Because, yeah, it does hurt your eyes to just, like, look down below your nose the entire time. That's not fun. Or having to, like, prop your elbows up on something and be like, okay, elbows propped. Now I can play it for 30 minutes without my arms feel a little strained. I mean, not that that's the worst thing in the world. Ooh, my arm's a little bit strained. Ooh, the war's ending. It's not that bad, but, I don't want to hold on to a Switch up to my face for 2 hours, though. Okay, so we are going this way, and there's the next tower. Easy peasy. Yeah, we got a whole lot of sky stuff to do, but the sky stuff will be more fun to do when we have, all the towers unlocked, so we can just go to a whole bunch of them. Instead of having to, like, over time, doing them piece by piece. I think another thing is, while it is very Portal and Gmod styled, and Skyrim and all that, the thing that they did with this game, and it's well documented in their development, is that they really focused on making the elements work. And they can't do things like fluid simulation, which is kind of a shame, but they do have things like water and ice and fire and the effects of them to the degree to which the Switch can handle it. So, instead of like having a place that you flood with water, because that would be too processor intensive, they do things like ice. You can put ice in water. And that's a relatively simple way to get the whole elemental thing down. I really wish you could make it more complicated. But, you light the grass on fire, it creates an updraft. Certain things are made out of metal. And if it's made out of metal, it's conducted to electricity, so it's easier to damage things. Or if you're carrying nothing but metal on you, you get zapped, you drop it all. You get covered in oil, lit on fire, and that kind of stuff. And it works pretty good. I can't help but to think that this would be a lot more interesting on a more powerful system, though, right? Like, say it did have full fluid simulation, you use the opal wand, which generates water. Instead of shooting little water orbs, you can, like, actually flood an area. And that would be cool, but, well, I don't know. I find it fun in Ultimate Battle Simulator 2 to flood areas. I think fluid simulation is really neat, although it's really expensive to do that. Like, that's not like a cheap thing. So what's the trouble with this one, huh? Oh, brambles. You can get rid of those. At least if it stopped raining, we could get rid of these. Damn. The weather just ain't quiet. Maybe I'm supposed to cover it. So, I mean, that's something I could do, I guess. Beats waiting around for The rain to go away. Oh, the hint I picked up on is that it's wet and that there's all these building materials just laying here, so obviously I gotta use them, right? Or at least I hope so. Yeah, it seems right. Getting some results here. So that's what I was talking about, the elemental stuff. Like, you know, this piece of wood blocks the fire, or blocks the water. So assuming none of the droplets get through anyways, we can actually burn these and get through. A little finicky once in a while, but hey, it works. Yeah, well, I mean, technically the wood was covering it all the way, but maybe there's a little gap there. Either way, we got it. Who asked would I want to live in Legend of Zelda world? I could think of worse places to live. Beat Chicago. It's not true, Sleepy Dog Zone. There's no gun violence under Ganondorf. Ganondorf would be a great mayor. Where the hell is this last one? Because I do not see it. Oh. All right. Why not? Hey, look, ice dragon. I like seeing the giant dragons just kind of slowly making their way across things too. Good night, ooh. Didn't need to lose that air there. Was just looking at the dragon, admiring its majesty and all that. Wait a minute. Starting to feel like this may not have been the best place to launch from, honestly, but whatever. My good distance here. I'm not gonna make it. So from here to here, or from here to there. But I think this is higher in the air. That is true, Murphy. Might be able to make a contraption to like shoot me over there a little further too. Assuming that platform isn't just a fight that I'm gonna need to run away from. It should be pretty, yeah it is, okay. Yeah, I can see him right there, getting ready. Maybe we can fight him. I don't think it'd be that hard. Maybe not anyways. Just want to have as much height as possible, because if I can reach that tower without having to climb the mountain, that's going to be a lot more optimal. Woodsman, this is a nice game to play on a peaceful night. Just keep in mind, I may just want to retreat from this thing. If I get height, I can drink stamina potions and I'll get way further than I would otherwise. I mean to make 2 of those. My bad. I'm using the wing because, well, I don't have too many carts. Fuck. Let's get back here. Oh, there it goes. I forgot to attach it. All right, let's get another balloon. My bad. I just sworn I attached it. Oh, well, I guess I didn't need to. Oh, you win some, you lose some. Can't put them back in your pocket either, huh? Oh, well. Yeah, it didn't really work out. Should have done a rocket. Oh, but it's a learning process. What are you gonna do? I guess we could get... Oh, now it's raining. Now I'm definitely not going to make it up the mountain. I don't think the rockets will do the trick, though. And the glider might have made it, but I'd had to have babied it. Oh, the glider vanished. I'm just going to stick with what we got here. This isn't any better than the first attempt, but it's something, I guess. I could go back and try the wetlands. Oh, I know I can make it from here, Murphy. I could have made it from the other area, too. Both would have been fine. I just wanted to see if I could glide to the tower from that area, save myself some trouble. But we're just in the same place we would have been anyways. This one gonna be easy. Yep. Super easy. Redo Breath of the Wild so I can put a full playthrough on my list. Maybe we could do that. If there's enough demand for it, it would be fun to play it on the emulator with the full 60 frames per second and all that. Could be a good time. Hey, Bobby. doing well. How about you? See if we can get all these towers. It would be good to have the full map unlocked. Good night, Chelsea. It is getting late, isn't it? I think I can get a couple more towers at least, though. Is this next tower really at the top of the damn mountain? Give you a lot of places to glide from, but damn. Oh, they're just giving them away. Zelda's totally goddamn but gave it the power of a glue gun. Glue guns are powerful. Spray glue is especially good on Hornets. They don't stand a damn chance. Well, there's some dragon that'll whoop the shit out of me, but oh man, I ain't even close to the right area. I'm gonna go this way. Oh man. I guess getting the tower over here is gonna be a little tricky. I guess I could just keep doing hot air balloons though. I mean, that wouldn't be a terrible idea. I bet the tower for this one is like in a cave from above. Like I'm gonna look down, I'm gonna see the tip of a tower jutting out of something. I'll be like, oh, there it is, you know. You shouldn't touch hot glue, cool. It is not cool to play with hot glue. Oops. Fuck. No, whatever. Zero stream delay. That's good. I bumped it down to 1080p because I felt like people may be having trouble with 1440 and have it at zero latency, so it should be pretty snappy. Shit, I didn't even make it into that territory. We can go way further than that. I fucked that up. Maybe this tower might be better though. Goodbye, Korok. Yeah, the gold turd givers are back, and you need them to expand your inventory. And the guy that expands your inventory moves from place to place of his own volition. There it is. As there it was. I saw the other tower, other tower. Now I've lost it. I think I saw a tower. I'm just crazy. Yeah, it must just be crazy. I don't think I actually saw a tower earlier. Can't really see a Death Mountain one either. I see a bit of a light coming out of the vortex over there. The hurricane. This can't be a good idea. Okay, I don't know how long the game's main quest line is, but I don't think I'm very far into it. Mainly been exploring, having fun with that. There it is, found it. Hell yeah, all right. We're in biz. No, fuck. Why can't the game companies, like, agree on ABXY? I hate that. I hate that, like, the need to own something like that is so important to the companies. It's like, no. They will all, oh, that's cool, Windows. You wanna fucking restart? I'm gonna fucking restart in the middle of the stream. Thank you, Windows. Fucking cool of you. Windows is like, I noticed you've been upstreaming data for a while, and we were thinking now's a good time to restart your computer. Let's just restart your computer. I hate that I understand why it has to be that way, though. It has to be that way because, unfortunately, a lot of people are big stupid and, like, never update their computer, and it just gets to a point of ridiculousness to where it's like, well, we can't stop the viruses because nobody does anything to protect themselves. No protection ever. Hell yeah, alright. I guess just finding it was the puzzle, huh? Linux is very efficient, Murphy, but yeah, a lot of games don't support it. Linux is good if you have a very weak computer. If you have a like modern strong computer, running Linux is kind of pointless. But like if you don't want the operating system to take up 4 gigabytes of memory, for example, you could play more modern games that would require more memory because they'd be on Windows, yada, yada, yada. It's a lot of extra work, though. Well, the time that you put into messing with Linux, you could probably put into work into just, you know, get new hardware. Yeah, I want to go towards that mountain. Good. Oh, there it is. Nice of them to let me have the items, even though I'm not nowhere near close enough to grab them. This little bonus. Yeah, Woodsman, I do think Game Pass is worth it if you're not, like, if you don't own a huge game library and if you, like, look into it compared to what you have. No, shut up, I get it. Redwall, I mean, don't get Game Pass for shitty games, Woodsman. But, like, Gungrave's interesting. Gungrave is a game that I don't necessarily want to buy, but it's on Game Pass. I enjoy it. Oblivion. Or whatever, you know, if there's games on there that you want, then yeah, it's worth it. But if there's no games on there that you want, then it's not. That's definitely going to be down to personal opinion. "7 Days to Die"? Maybe, Jonathan. We'll see. Kind of on a more of a retro kick right now. I like my indie games, but you know, one thing I like about Breath of the Wild compared to something like 7 Days to Die or State of Decay or whatever is that, like, while my weapons are fragile and wear out, I had to, like, build a base and constantly maintain it. Like, I think I'd enjoy Sons of the Forest again more than 7 Days to Die. It's just a little buggy. A little flat. Like, the motorcycle's no fun. Building and maintaining turrets is a pain in the ass. And ultimately, the combat gets really shallow. Bob says he was once told he was lazy for not having a job through COVID, but you were paying the bills. Like, you know what? Isn't it the American dream to be lazy? Like, you know, to work really hard for something and then be like, well, I worked really hard and now I can relax. They used to be like something to aspire to. Now you get to that point. It's like, well, I worked real hard and it's time to relax. We're like, you lazy lump. Why aren't you tilling the field and digging ditches, you lazy piece of shit? But then again, when you got the money to ignore them, you just ignore them. Fuck them. Not like I'm having vacations over here or anything, but it's like, oh, it's Mr. 3-day weekend, la-ti-da. It's like, yeah, well, whatever. Have fun with your 2-day weekend. Definite gotta be in the air bullshit going on over here. Fuck! No, Link, you little fuckhead. There you go. Well, Woodsman, like, that's good. I do like some of the indie games that get put out there, though, on there. Oh, that's it? Well, good thing I did that. Like, I didn't have to buy Vampire Survivors, a bunch of indie games that I didn't really want to pay for are on there. And I can enjoy those and then put them down, because I'm only going to play them once. I think that's another thing that people don't really consider. They're like, I own my game, and I own it, and I own it, and that's kind of hoarding. Because you're not going to play that game more than one time, right? So if you're not going to play it more than one time, who cares if you like own a copy or not? Just get your Game Pass, play it once, throw it away, never turn back. Instead, if you buy it on Steam, you got this fucking tumor on your account forever.
Oh.
Speedruns are fun, cool, Caden. Just beating your own time is fun. I want to speedrun a game like, well, I don't know, Breath of the Wild and I suppose Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know if you can actually get to the end of it like you can the other one, but assuming you can, these games would be fun to speedrun just for that, because even like, a regular person ought to be able to knock it out in like 3 hours or so, right? If you know where everything is and exactly what to do. Jonathan Murphy, you can refund your games if you spend less than 2 hours on it. But, I don't buy many games that are shorter than 2 hours. And at that point, you're just getting a sampler. So again, Game Pass really good if you don't exactly know if you want to play a game over and over and over. All right, and that does it. Yeah, that's where I launched from.
Oi!
I just killed myself.
Hey! Ah! Ah. Mmm. What? Ah.
No, that's the map. There's a maze there. There's a maze over here. There's a swirly thing over there. There's Death Mountain. There's a bunch of crevasses we need to dive into to go into the nether realm. And then we got like shrines literally everywhere and a bunch of Korok some bitches. And yeah, that's fun. I do kind of miss the sentinels running around all over the place, but instead of doing sentinels all the time and having like wacky dragons and a lot of different types of enemies, I do find that to be fun. Bob says, yeah, I told them I got 10K put to the side, I'm not working. They said, you're lazy, and had the nerve to ask them for money 2 weeks later. Oh, ain't that the truth? They'll be like, you're lazy, you're this, you're that. And they'll be like, hey, can you help me out? I need a little help. Like, oh, yeah, of course. Really, you owe it to me, for I work so much harder than you. Oh. And, you know, everybody has that main character syndrome. Not everybody, but enough people have that main character syndrome thing going on. Where, like, you know, if you think about it, really, oh, hey, this fucker's still here. Yeah, let's talk to him. He didn't leave. It shifts around a bit. Dance, you fucker. Check up a car. Chakalaka. Oh, fuck yeah. I know you love these little fuckers. Chakalaka. Expand my weapons stash. Yeah. Dance for me, you fat son of a bitch. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, fuck yeah, fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh. Love it. This guy's pretty fucking cool. Shakalaka, I ain't got enough. You ain't gonna do nothing for me. You need 3, I ain't got enough. No. Bye. I'm still pondering on how to build this damn thing. I feel like I may as well just do it for him.
Ah, oh. Oh.
Not quite enough stuff here to do that. Or there is, I'm just not thinking outside of the box. Ah, whatever. It's not like you're gonna use the horse as much anyways. You gather crickets and you hang glide. That's how you get around quick. This glider makes the horses pretty much obsolete. I miss the motorcycle though. The motorcycle is great. Yum yum stamina. I love stamina. I think 2 wheels of stamina will be enough. They'll pump some into health or something, maybe. I need to find that area that has the, their mangoes or Duran fruit or whatever, but they give you like they give you gold hearts. And if you have those, you really don't gotta have max health. For most things, anyways. Won't help you with the Master Sword in Breath of the Wild, but as far as fighting things, it'll help you out. Better armor would be good, sure. I can also make dishes that'll increase my defense, which also works good. But for now, we're sitting pretty. Probably want to get the powerful outfit there soon. And you got some X spots on the whole map. So we need to do some depths exploring at some point. And there's just a whole bunch of stuff to do over here. Hadn't hardly touched the sky stuff at all, which I assume we need to do in order to expand our battery and all that. So on the plus side, the whole map is open. It should be easy to find just about everything from now on, especially like, you know, cooking ingredients and things like that that are going to be really important. Same for the sky and the depth stuff. But on the downside, I'm a little short on good inventory items. I have some stuff. It'll help, but it's not the best. And I've barely completed any shrines. Need to do some more Korok seeds. Need to do the depths. Need to do the sky. Need to do some of the main quest. But map done. Map done's good. Oh, that's fucking awesome, Bob. This is how you get all those energy potions. You just mow the yard. Slash and A, slash and A, yeah, over and over. This is fun to do while on phone calls. One of the best things about having Tears of the Kingdom back is that when I'm like on a particularly long and boring ass phone call, you can just boot this sucker up and be like, I'm just gonna capture crickets. I'm gonna mow the yard and grab crickets because it's something. Oh, I missed that one. It's something I can do while listening to somebody who's saying a whole bunch of nothing that I need to pay attention to. Yep, gotta cut that grass. Murphy, it is true. Gotta cut that grass. So that's 12 already, right? So that's 3 potions worth, which is nice. It's nice. I wonder what happens if we put the diamond on the rod, like the magic rod. They're gonna like kill things instantly. Who knows? Well, I know that I'm getting a little tired. 5 hours is plenty This is a beefy game, but we got a lot of progress done tonight, and I'm happy about that because I was afraid we weren't going to be able to get those 2 other towers up north. I was going to have to sit there and be like, man, almost got the map open. We're going to come back soon, probably with some Advance Wars and some classic PlayStation stuff with our good pal Brian. It'll be fun. Looking forward to it. Hope to see you there. To end the poll, Battle of the Over the Hill cartoon. South Park at the top with 42%, still fresh. Simpsons at 24%. And picking back up. One Piece at 21%, and Family Guy at 11%. I like Family Guy. Whatever. Everybody's got their opinion. South Park's good. Simpsons are good. One Piece, I don't know. I just threw it in there because it's like another long-running cartoon, right? All right, Sleepy Dog Zone and Bob and Jonathan Murphy and Brandon, everybody, y'all have a good night. Thank you for joining me. Thank you, Brian, for jumping on earlier. Always appreciate you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for clicking like and all that stuff and voting and everything. It does help out a tremendous amount. I hate to ask you to even do anything, but, you know, that's the system that everybody decided was the best. I didn't make the rules, but here we are. So, again, I appreciate your contributions and assistance and viewership. Hope y'all are enjoying these streams. We'll be back with a bit more variety. Maybe hit some Binding of Isaac, too, while we're at it. Isaac, Advance Wars, whatever dumb bullshit Brian's got cooked up. It'll be a good time. That's 5 hours. My voice is a little tired, honestly. I'm gonna get some... I'll lay down. Y'all have a good night. Thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. And thank you for the tips. Haphazardous. Here is Negan and Jonathan Murphy. I appreciate you very much. Thank you for watching. Y'all have a good night. Thank you again. Bye-bye.